see one coming up.
I'm going to get the team to come on the court.
Oh, right.
Okay, so Hong Kong China will come on first, then Finland, and then they're in your hands for the photo. And then once you've done the photo, then they'll go back to the seats and away we go. Good.
This is Mark's first.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the great pleasure that I welcome you to the World Squash Team Championship 2024 here in this splendid venue at the Hong Kong Football Club. This week there's going to be a wonderful display of first-class squash from the 49 teams representing 29 squash-playing countries spread across the whole world. The match this morning is a ladies' match between Hong Kong, China and Finland. So could you please give a round of warm applause to the Hong Kong team, Tomato Ho, Jang Sin Yuk and Tsz-Wing. Please, a round of applause. Welcome, ladies. And of course, representing Finland is Emilia, Riina and Vivi Paksu. Please, a round of applause for the Finnish team. Could I please remind you to switch phones to silent mode? And obviously, as we've got a long glass court, no moving around during the rallies. It does distract the players. Thank you very much indeed. So without further ado, I now hand you over to the match referee for this beginning game, Nathan Turner. Thanks, Nathan.
Welcome along, folks, to day one of the World Team Championships here in Hong Kong, China. A huge amount of squash being played throughout the last month in this part of the world. It's over to a very special event to close out 2024 World Team Championships. 49 teams across the men's and women's. First time ever that both men and women have competed in the World Team Championships at the same venue. I'm Paul Hornsby, and Chris Gordon joins me for this opening match between Hong Kong, China and Finland. Morning, Chris.
Good morning, Paul.
Well, this is the lineup. The order of play for today is 1-2-3, keeping it simple. Tomato Ho knocking up on court at the moment against Emilia Kohonen. Next up will be Sin Yuk against Riina Koskinen, and then Tsz-Wing Tong will take on Vivi Paksu at number 3 string. So it's Hong Kong, China, the host nation, taking on Finland in this first match. Well, Chris, it's really quite a spectacular setting, this, here at Hong Kong Football Club. This glass court is set up in one of the halls within the football club. It is brilliant. The amount of work that's gone into this is spectacular.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Paul. It is a fabulous venue here at the Hong Kong Football Club. The Hong Kong Football Club has been a wonderful supporter of the PSA World Tour over the years, hosting many events and really taking it to the next level here with the World Team Championships. I think it will be quite a phenomenal event. It's the first time, as you mentioned, that both the men and the women have competed at the same venue at the same time. There's potential to be an absolutely fantastic week. We're starting off on this glass court in one of the conference rooms here at the club. And as we get down to the business end of the week for the big matches, we're moving to yet another glass court out on one of the football pitches outside the club.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty special, as you can imagine. For an event of this magnitude, the facilities are extremely important. So we've got this court here. Am I right in saying there's 8 courts upstairs?
There are 7 courts.
7 more courts upstairs, and then a court which, I mean, for those tuned into this, you really need to make sure you keep an eye on this event, because the main show court, where we'll play the quarters and semis and finals, is spectacular to say the least. It's on a football pitch inside the middle of the racecourse, surrounded by the skyscrapers. It's a magical setting for a squash court. So looking forward to that.
No, I am as well, Paul. And I think one of the things that makes this venue really special as well is on the side courts, the traditional courts, 2 of those are actually basically ASB glass courts, where they drop the glass inside the white side walls. They play with a black ball, but it's really important because of the playing surface. It means there's a lot of consistency. So you can find at some of these major events the top seeds tend to have a little bit of an advantage because they're consistently playing on the glass show court, where in this particular instance that advantage might be nullified to some degree because players will have a little bit more time on the glass surfaces. Well, we do have some nice matches being streamed over on the traditional courts. On court 7, we have the USA women taking on the China women, not to be confused with Hong Kong China. I do believe it is a debut in the world teams for China. And I believe on the other glass court that has some streaming capabilities, we have the Belgian and the Italian women. As well, all the matches in this first wave of matches at 10 a.m. local time are women's matches.
Yeah, there's plenty of matches to get through in this pool stage over the next couple of days. It's going to be busy. So for the squash fanatics out there, it's squash galore, so fill your boots.
Play will start in 15 seconds. WSF World Squash Team Championship 2024 Women's Pool Stage Match. Emilia of Finland, Todd of Hong Kong, China, Jerusalem. Best of 5 games. Level.
So in we go with the first match of this event. You have to say, Chris, that Hong Kong China are the heavy favourites for this match.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They certainly will be very excited to be playing at home.
Your scoreboard turned off, please, during rallies.
Well, we just see Tomato Ho beckoning to the quite spectacular scoreboard that's behind the front wall.
Spectacular is a good word. That's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, she's
No doubt what the score is.
just not very happy with the visibility aspect. So we're getting that switched off. This is the number 1 seed match, but Finland has opted to rest their number 1 player, Emilia Suini.
Hong Kong. And out, 2-1.
And the other thing to be noted here, Paul, is in these pool matches, all the matches must be played. There are no dead rubbers. They have to play all three matches in the tie.
Yeah, correct. That's just in case there's a situation where they need to get a counter back and use the overall score of the tie to determine who's finished where in the pools. But of course, a dead rubber, for anyone who doesn't know what that means, is if the tie goes to 2-love to a particular nation and it's an unassailable lead, the dead rubber still gets played. And of course, when we go to the knockout stages, the dead rubber is irrelevant, so it tends not to be played. So seeding-wise, Hong Kong, China, the number 6 seeds in the women's event. They are really quite strong in depth, aren't they, the Hong Kong team? Tomato Ho being the number 1 player. Sin Yuk, number 2, and then Tsz-Wing Tong, number 3. It's decent.
Yeah, no, it's a very deep team, and you certainly get the feeling, Paul, that under the right circumstances, they could provide very tricky opposition in the quarterfinals to one of the top 4 seeds, especially being the home favorite.
Yeah, it's often the case in the team events. Depth is such a valuable thing, because you know sometimes you get teams who have got an exceptional player at number 1, but then there's a huge drop-off down the order, so although they're almost guaranteed a win at number 1 string, it's difficult to see where the second win comes from, and then they end up losing the tie.
Head up, 7-4.
Tomato Ho settling in nicely on the score.
Straight to Finland.
Just pulled that one.
5-7.
Yeah, she's staying in touch well here. Korhonen.
6-7.
Allowed Ho to really overpower her, grab the game by the horns.
7-all.
Well, it's a little bit careless, really, that from Tomato Ho. Maybe a bit on the casual side.
Head out, 8-7.
Well, that's a gift.
Yeah, it's an absolute shocker there. It's the second one of the game for Korhonen.
It's another error from Korhonen. So Ho's closing in on this first game.
Yeah, just when it looked like Korhonen was starting to claw back into this game, Ho is pushed on.
Well, it's a nice finish from Tomato Ho. She serves with 3 game balls to get this first game in the bank. There it is. Nice clinical finish. Using the sidewall there. Just rolling it around to take the first game here at number 1 string for Hong Kong, China.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. I'm not trying to lose. One game to go. No more.
That's a nice reaction there from Kahanen, jumping on that volley drop.
Yeah, when she gets the angles right, Kahanen, she can be really awkward. She really tries to put pressure right from the service. I've seen her put two balls out there, but she's going for some pretty aggressive angles with a lob serve. You see a lot of players at lob serve, they tend to just, for security, serve quite high and up the middle, where Kahanen is actually trying to fade it into the side wall, create a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's an under-practice shot, isn't it, the serve? It's a massive weapon to have. We've seen a good one from Tomato Ho, got that inch perfect onto the side wall, exactly where Kahanen didn't want to be trying to volley it. Well, again, she's got her with the boast. That's a great shot, that. She's got herself organised nice and early. Ho was still on one, tracking back towards the tee, so to change direction and move back into the front so quickly, it's very tough.
4-3.
We're just coming back to the courts, Chris, that we were talking about earlier, and the advantage of playing on glass courts. The top seeded teams, or the top seeded players, will play on so many different glass courts here in Hong Kong over the past couple of weeks, because Hong Kong Open, which finished last night, started on the glass court, which is a permanent glass court in the Hong Kong Squash Centre, which is a very unique court on its own. That event then moved to a glass court on the harbour side, which was a glass floor outdoors. We're now on to this court here, which is this court actually comes from New Zealand, believe it or not, all the way from New Zealand. And then we're going back outdoors for the last 4 days of this event on another different court.
Any idea where that court's coming from, Paul? Is that from the Hong Kong Open?
That court is the old court from the Hong Kong Open. So last year there was a brand new court for the Hong Kong Open, which is the glass floor. And I believe that Hong Kong Football Club bought the previous court. It's the one where the doors are on the side.
Ah, yes, I know the one. Yep.
But it's I believe it's had a brand new floor. It'll be a brand new floor at the old court. So there you go. If you need to know anything about courts, Chris, you know where to come. I know my stuff.
Well, these technical specifications are very important. You do find certain players tend to play better on certain playing surfaces. There certainly hasn't been very much rhythm in this second game, Paul.
No, it's been quick as well. The scoreboard's ticking over.
And I actually think the lack of rhythms suited Korhonen much more than Tomato Ho.
Yeah, she's not dissimilar to the first game. She's in touch on the scoreboard. Just seen it, an unforced error there. It was a similar story in the first game. She got close and then just gifted a few to Tomato Ho towards the end. That's a nice finish. Just put that one out the air. So playing the back end of these first two games pretty strong, Tomato Ho.
Yeah, on the big point, she's really buckling down, keeping things a little bit more accurate, not giving Korhonen quite as much to hit in general. Obviously there, though, she's just popped one out in the middle, and Korhonen's taken full advantage. Hong Kong players are accustomed to the pressure of playing at home, where they're always highly anticipated matches at the Hong Kong Open, but it's a bit of a different beast, these team events.
Two-game balls now. The 2-love lead for Hong Kong, China. Oh, that's a good get.
10, game ball.
She thumbs that one away. Excuse me. Tomato Ho. Full extension there on that volley. Finishes it clinically, but it's pretty close on the scoreboard. Both games been competitive from Korhonen, but it is Tomato Ho in the driving seat.
Well, I must say, Paul, I think Tomato Ho getting that second game will certainly settle her down. She's in the driver's seat, being 2-0 in charge against Korhonen.
And that's 1-all.
Hong Kong team certainly will feel very relieved to take first blood here, get themselves on the board.
Yeah, absolutely, especially being the host nation. Going to be the local Marty will be wanting to come in and get behind them. So starting off with a nice clinical performance here against Finland is something that will have placed quite a bit of importance on. As I said, Hong Kong, number 6 seeds in the event. Number 1 seeds, surprise, surprise, are Egypt. Massively strong. I mean, they've got the world number 1, 2 and 3 at the disposal. But having said that, they don't, do they? Because Noran Gohar, who has woke up this morning as the world number 1 after a victory against Nour Shabini last night here in Hong Kong, is actually not playing the event. She's having a procedure on her nose. So she's setting this event out. But having said that, the Egyptians have still got Nour Shabini, Hania El Hamami, Amina Orfi, and who else? Who's the other one? Who am I missing there?
Rowan El Arabi, maybe.
Rowan El Arabi, who's actually playing really well at the moment. So that's fairly decent, really. So no surprise that they're number 1 seeds. The 2 seeds are the USA, which Olivia Weaver, hopefully she's going to be okay. The word on the street is that she should be alright by the time it gets to the business end of the tournament. So they're at number 2 seeds, so they've got Olivia Weaver, Amanda Sobey, Marina Stefanoni and Caroline Fouts. So they're the 2 seeds. Belgians are number 3, obviously Tina Cole. That's twice I did that the other day as well in commentating. Naylor Cole and her younger sister Tina Hillis. The 1 and 2. And then the English team, the number 4 seeds, but they've lost Gina Kennedy. So there's been a few players got a few niggles and stuff. So teams have been impacted by that. But someone who's not impacted at the moment is Tomato Ho, because she is cruising in this 3rd game. 10-1 match ball. Stick that first match on the board for Hong Kong, China, and there it is, finished nice and coolly. Tell you what, she was not hanging around in that 3rd game, was she?
No, she really blitzed through that 3rd game, Tomato Ho. She looked sharp. She really settled down after an edgy 2nd game, and that draws first blood for Hong Kong, China in the all-important first match.
Well, there it is, 21 minutes for the opening match. Tomato Ho takes it 11-7, 11-9, 11-1. So we'll be back on shortly with the number 2 string match. There it is, Sin Yuk of Hong Kong, China takes on Riina Koskinen. They'll be on court in a few minutes. Join us then. Sin Yuk of Hong Kong, China is next up against Riina Koskinen from Finland. We've seen Tomato Ho ease through that opening match. First two were reasonably tight. Ran away with it in the third game, just 4 minutes to take that one 11-1. So the host nation looking comfortable on this show court here at Hong Kong Football Club. Well, Chris, I know you've got eyes and ears everywhere. Can you update us on some of the scores of the on the other courts? We've got 8 courts going here. It's very busy this first couple of days. There's a huge number of matches, so we'll try to keep you updated as much as we can.
Yeah, there's been a lot of action. Probably the spiciest one so far. We have Canada's Holly Norton easing her way past Switzerland's Cindy Merlot, 3 games to love, 13-11, 12-10, 11-6. England's Sarah Jane Perry taking down Korea's Mi-young Hyo, 3 games to love. You had India's Anahat Singh defeating Colombia's Lucia Bautista, 3 games to love. And then the USA's Amanda Sobey took out the world team's debutantes China. China's Ziyi Liu, 3 games to love as well. And we just saw Hong Kong, China's Tomato Ho defeat Finland's Emilia Korhonen, 3 games to love. So we're easing our way into the number 2 strings, Paul.
So the order of play, as mentioned previously, is 1, 2, 3 today. So it does change every day, the order of play. However, every match on any particular day has to follow the same order. In other words, what I mean there is if Hong Kong China were to play another match later today, they'd have to go in the same order.
We're starting 30 seconds.
Well, there's confirmation. It is Hong Kong China leading this tie, having picked up the 3-love win at number 1 string.
We're starting 15 seconds. Time. WSF World Squash Team Championship 2024 Women's Full Stage Match. Riina Koskinen of Finland to 4, Sin Yuk of Hong Kong, China to receive. List of 5 teams. Go.
Underway.
Well, Sin Yuk, based over in New York at Columbia University. She's been a very good collegiate player in the States. Back now representing our country, Hong Kong, China. But she's had some lovely results on the PSA World Tour, especially over in the North American side of things. Very casual player, but very, very difficult to read.
Yeah, she's got a funny, not funny, a unique kind of body language about her, isn't she? I don't know how I'd describe it really. Casual, probably a good word.
Yeah, she's able to create tremendous amounts of indecision. She just seems to float around the court. She's not particularly intense in her approach, but it makes it very difficult to figure out what's coming next. The accuracies generally of the highest order. changes the play very well.
Out. 2, 3.
A nice movement there from Koskinen into that front right corner. Got down nice and low for the drop.
He's going to need to move well here, Koskinen. This Sin Yuk will be chopping and changing the angles.
Yeah, you can see that already. She's mixing straight and cross, high and low.
And out. 3, 4.
Yeah, that's a great volley.
5, 3.
Showing signs of confidence on the court already. Sin Yuk.
6, 3.
Yeah, and this is actually a great first match for Hong Kong China. It's a match they're able to ease their way into. It'll take the edge off of any potential nerves from being the host country. I really think if Hong Kong China gets it right this week, they could potentially produce a big upset in the quarterfinals, or certainly make it very uncomfortable for one of the top seeds.
Couldn't agree more, Chris. I tell you what, I've been privileged to come to this part of the world for the past sort of 6 or 7 years on commentating duty for the Hong Kong Open, and you can always guarantee that the local players just find another level when they play on home soil. Looking back over the years to performances from players like Annie Au, Max Lee, in more recent years, Jay Kwan Lau, you know, they always lift the game. The locals get behind them, and it's good to see. So I'm sure that's probably going to be even more so the case in the team event.
Yeah, over the years they've tended to be very, very good at that Hong Kong Squash Center. As you alluded to earlier, Paul, the central glass court there, that 3-wall glass court with a very unique fixed side wall, is quite challenging to play on, and it's an advantage that the Hong Kong players over the years have taken full use of.
Ball.
Sin Yuk is in complete control of this first game.
Hong Kong China leads.
Strolls across the line, 11-6. There it is, confirmation of the score in the first game. 6 minutes, that opening game. Sin Yuk takes it 11-6.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Hong Kong China leads 1 game to Leung. Ball.
Well, we're in yet again, Paul.
No rest for the wicked.
No, and this is one of the things I love about Sin Yuk is just how adventurous she is with the different paces and the different heights of hitting and the different intensities. She never goes monotone. There's always something a little bit adventurous going on in the basic hitting.
Oh, that's absolutely superb. Technique there was just bang on, wasn't it? Racket prepared, feet nice and still. Just that nice bit of cut on the ball. Short.
Get out. 1, 2.
Yeah, she's a really interesting player, Sin Yuk, because you wouldn't say she has really classic technique, but she somehow finds a way to create a really lovely angle at contact with the ball.
Yeah, she can really sort of work the ball around. It's not like she just hits it in areas, does she? She's working it in there, using the spin on the ball to make it gravitate towards the extremes of the court. Not that time though, so straight into the middle of the racket face of her opponent.
Head out. 4, 2. Head out. 3, 4.
Well, we spoke about the top-seeded teams, Chris, already, who are obviously here to cause the upsets and potentially get their hands on the title. But what an awesome experience for the lower-seeded teams to rub shoulders with the likes of, the Egyptian players that we just mentioned, and the very top players in the world. It's an amazing experience. It's quite unique for them to be able to be part of the same event. It's not like a PSA tournament where you sort of got a chunk of players who are within a similar ranking bracket all competing against each other. This is a huge array of different levels of ability and experience.
No, it really is a global event, and I think that's one of the things that makes these team events just so special. And for young upcoming players, especially young players just coming out of the juniors, it serves two purposes. One, it just opens their eyes to what that next level looks like, and two, it can really help them gain confidence, because what you can find, especially in these early pool days, some of the higher ranked players can be a little bit off it at times, not quite as sharp as you'd find them being in PSA events, and it can provide that opportunity for younger, lower-ranked players to either make inroads against a top player or even get a scalp, which can really help them grow their confidence when they come back on the PSA World Tour.
100%, mate. I remember, I'll tell you a little story now, Chris, because I like telling stories. The first New Zealand team that I took to a World Championships, one of the players had been given kind of, he was not necessarily selected because he was the fourth best player, but he'd just come out of juniors and he was showing signs that he was working hard and stuff. And two highlights from the event. One was that he managed to send Hisham ashore the wrong way in one rally, and the other one was that he got to meet Nick Matthew. So he left the tournament on a real high. His name's Paul Cole.
There you go. I think I even remember which event that was. We're going to go with Paderborn. Yeah, Paderborn. That was the old New Zealand team of Campbell Grayson, Martin Knight, Kashif Shuja.
No, Kashif didn't play.
No Kashif, wow.
So Paul got selected ahead of Kashif based on his efforts.
And the fourth, Lance Beddoes, maybe?
The fourth was Evan Williams.
Evan Williams, there you go.
Well, Sin Yuk once again in control there in the second. Takes 11-6. 5 minutes for the second game. 2-love to Sin Yuk in this number 2 string match.
Resume in 60 seconds. Resume 40 seconds. Hong Kong China leads 2 to 1.
A lovely backhand drop there to get things started in the third from Sin Yuk. Oh, carving it into that front left corner.
It's been a great performance here from Sin Yuk. She's given Koskinen absolutely nothing to sink her teeth into.
Yeah, she's been pretty ruthless and clinical, hasn't she? Which is good to see.
Yeah, but I think the thing with the attacks of Sin Yuk is they just haven't been overly extravagant. It just hasn't looked like she can miss. She's just going for things that look well within her hitting zone.
Well, I don't think this is going to last much longer at this rate.
Down. 6 love.
Yeah, the resistance is fading now from Koskinen. It's been a tough ask against a pretty ruthless opponent. She'll take that. She's apologising, but she'll take it. No one wants to lose game 11 love, do they?
No, certainly not. Koskinen desperately fighting for that point, and it's good urgency there from Sin Yuk, really pushing up the court, getting on that volley. She wants to get off here, get out of this first pool match.
Yeah, she's nice and focused. Well, that's a good finish.
2-8.
No pun intended. Yeah, great length.
Get out.
Followed up with a nice bit of hold at the front.
Down. 10-2. Nice ball.
There it is, confirmation that Hong Kong China will win this tie. Having taken a 2-love lead, we will play the third match regardless. Sin Yuk had way too much for an opponent in that match. It was clinical. Look at that, just 18 minutes. 11-6, 11-6, 11-2. Sin Yuk cruises across the line, and Hong Kong China are leading this tie by 2 matches to love.
Hutton.
Tsz-Wing Tong on the right side of the court at the moment, taking on VV Paksu. Tong's an experienced campaigner, isn't she, Chris? It's been around a while.
Yeah, she sure is. Tsz-Wing Tong is all business. She's going to really want to take full advantage of this, I would say, almost pressure-free scenario, because Hong Kong China has already claimed the tie. There's always a little bit of pressure because she'll want to show that she's in good form as we push forward into the rest of the week.
Confirmation of the first two matches, pretty straightforward, really. Tomato Ho taking that opening match 3 love, and then we've just seen Sin Yuk. Just 18 minutes it took her to get past Riina Koskinen. Well, with this being the number 3 string match, Chris, based on the fact that Hong Kong China have taken the first 2 very comfortably, Tsz-Wing Tong, she's not a million miles behind Tomato Ho and Sin Yuk in terms of standard and ranking ability. So you'd expect that this, on paper, should be the easiest of the lot, really.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's certainly an uphill battle here for the Finnish team.
Well, we'll try and get some information on the age of the Finnish player, but I suspect she's a junior still, wearing the eyewear.
Play will start in 30 seconds. Play will start in 15 seconds. WSF World Squash Team Championships 2024 Women's Sports Day. String 3. Of Bunan to serve, Tsz-Wing Tong of Hong Kong China to receive. Best of 5 games. The law.
So it's the Finnish player gets the 3rd match underway here.
Yes. 1 low.
It is actually the number 4 string from both squads here. Finland have chosen to rest the number 1 player, and then Kai Lee of Hong Kong China is sitting this one out, so Tong would normally be the number 4.
Yeah, she generally doesn't take any prisoners, Tsz-Wing Tong. She's all business. Very severe in her hitting. Certainly a tremendous experience, though, for Finland's Vivi Paksu.
Good pressure there into that back corner from Tong. So we have had confirmation Vivi Paksu is in fact still a junior, 18 years old. Well, she's not quite settled in, has she, Paksu? Pace and pressure from Tong. Just catching her off guard. Oh, slightly fortunate serve, but It's more points going away. Tong.
Just left. 7 low. Right.
Yeah, she's really rocketed through this first game, Tsz-Wing Tong. She's given Vivi Paxu pretty much nothing to comfortably hit. She's really kept the Finnish player behind her in the back corners.
And out. 1-7. Jump. And out. 8-1.
Oh, that's nicely done. Plenty of time to line up for that, but tucked it away beautifully. So she's pressing on here. Tsz-Wing Tong, pretty focused. Oh. Oh, what a rally. It's been the best rally of the match. Yeah, some nice exchanges there. Tong sticks her tongue out as she earns herself 9 game balls. It's been one-sided. Yeah, and that's a nice finish.
Game ball.
She'll take a bit of confidence from that. It's a big ask to see her turning this first game around, of course.
11-2. Game to Hong Kong, China. China leads. 1 game to love.
Tong finishes it off.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. Hong Kong, China leads.
Oops, just lost the ball there. Unfortunately, we're in a sports hall. Well, it's not quite a sports hall, is it? What would you describe this as?
More of a conference facility. Yeah, conference room.
Yes,
Banquet hall. There you go. Banquet hall.
Banquet hall. Ah, sounds better. Yeah, so the ball can't go too far astray. Some funny ones over this last few weeks, Chris, with the Malaysia tournament. The court was set up in in the middle of a shopping mall, so when the ball went, a few times the ball went over the top of the front wall, never to be seen again.
Too low.
Just rolls into the shop.
Yeah.
It's a good job you didn't have Joey Barrington there commentating on that one. That ball rolls into Zara. He'd be straight in there looking for discounts. Never find the ball because he's too busy trying on clothes.
Exactly, yeah.
This is exactly the start Hong Kong, China would have been looking for. They're working their way through these 3 matches relatively quickly, and it's important because they have another match coming up today at 5:30 p.m. against the Aussies.
Yeah, and that's going to be a bit more of a challenge than this one. So that's the top 2 seeded teams in the pool going head to head. So that's the pointy end of the pool phases for them.
Yeah, well, the Australians are in action as we speak against the South African women. Sarah Caldwell leading South Africa's Tegan Lehu 2-0, inching towards a 3-0 win, potentially. Although that will potentially come down to the final rubber because South Africa did take the first match with Haley Ward, defeating Australia's Jessica van der Walt 3-1. So a bit of a juicy encounter over there between South Africa and Australia.
Wow. Well, Jessica van der Walt, I was not aware that she'd got married to Jason van der Walt, who's actually a Kiwi, I think. I'm fairly sure it's Kiwi. But when I'm going with this story, Chris, it gets better. Her brother is actually a referee in this match, Nathan Turnbull. So in other words, Jessica Turnbull was a maiden name.
There you go, and now it's all making sense. We're starting to connect the dots, Paul.
Hope you're paying attention on all this, Chris. I'll be testing you at the end of the day.
Got the pen and paper out, we're taking notes.
9-2.
Nice finish from Tong. Wasted no time getting the job done here, is she?
Game ball. Game to Hong Kong, China. Hong Kong, China leads 2-0.
Well, there it is, plain sailing for Team Hong Kong China. Gliding through. Another 5-minute game, just 11 minutes old this match. It's Tsz-Wing Tong leads by 2-0.
Resume in 60 seconds. Resume in 30 seconds. Hong Kong China team. Return to the ball. Ball.
This is good patience to start things off from Tsz-Wing Tong. Just using height on the front wall.
Oh, that's lovely. Seen her take a couple of balls into that front left corner really nicely. It's good technique after that. Viva Paksu. Well, that's a quick response from Tong. She was having none of it. Refuses to let Paksu into this match, doesn't she?
2-1.
Wonderful way of shot down that backhand side wall there from Tong.
Yeah, she's been all business here, Tong. She's really not given Vivi Paksu a sniff whatsoever.
Head out. 2-3.
It's a bit of miscalculation there from Tong.
Yeah.
You would have thought with the amount she's been on major PSA World Tour events, she'd be a little bit savvier than that, trying to just get the ball into open space.
Again, she's certainly found a length, hasn't she, on this court? You normally associate winners taking place predominantly in the front corners, but Tong is really getting that height and pace to perfection into the back corners.
7-2.
Yeah, she's starting to really run away with this, Tong. This is exactly the performance she and Hong Kong would have been looking for. They're really setting themselves up very nicely for that all-important clash with Australia in the evening.
Clinical.
9-2. Match ball.
So 8 match balls for the clean sweep for Hong Kong China. A short work of the Finnish team. And there it is. We'll talk about consistency, Chris. 11-2, 11-2, 11-2.
Very quick announcement then, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a round of applause, if you can, for Finland and Hong Kong, China. Well done, girls. Thank you very much indeed. Excellent play. The next match on this court will be 12:30. So if you're here for the day and you want some food or to go and have some refreshment, now would be a good time to do it. Thank you very much.
we also want an angle into the middle. Right. Yeah. Middle one did the same. Yeah, very good. Alright, sit down.
Okay. I've damaged my neck.
Yeah, me too. I think it must have happened at the same time. We both went over pretty heavily.
Should I twist it?
We didn't actually mean to, we just fell through.
You on?
You think SquashTV guys?
Yeah. Like you're crying in Hong Kong.
I don't know, I want to see. We committed the first crimes the other night.
dry cloth. No water. Just a dry cloth. Okay? Yeah. Because the ball will spin off it if it sees. So yeah. So just a dry cloth.
Thank you.
Man, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and if you are joining us for the first time this afternoon for the second game in this splendid venue at the Hong Kong Football Club, you are very, very welcome. We hope and we know you're going to enjoy some first-rate squash. Let us remind you that in fact there are 49 teams playing this week, representing 29 countries spread across the whole world. So today's game is the first of the men's on this particular court, with Germany represented by Raphael Kandra. I'll make sure I get the names correct. Kandra, sorry, my apologies. Raphael Kandra, Yannik Omlor, and Valentin Rapp. So could we give them, please, a warm round of applause? Welcome, gentlemen. And representing the Chinese team is Li Hazen, Zhou Banglin, and Zhang Watanabe. So can we get a warm round of applause, please, for the China team? We wish both teams the very, very best of luck. Let's hear plenty of cheering, please. There's no reason to be quiet, except during the rally, of course, but plenty of rounds of cheers for the team you most support. Could I please remind you to switch phones to silent? Obviously, you don't want to disturb the players. And can we please avoid moving around during the rallies? Obviously, between rallies, if you're very swift, then you can, and obviously at the end of the game. But during the rallies, because of the glass court, could we not move about the hall? Thank you very much indeed. The referee for today's game is Mohammed Aziz. So I hand over to him now. Thank you, Mohammed. Good luck with the referee. Thank you.
Olli, das kleine Seitenfach. Die Karten? Meine Karten im Seitenfach. Lass mich verkaufen. Ja, vielleicht musst du was kaufen.
Welcome back to our first men's match of the day here at the WSF World Team Squash Championships here at the Hong Kong Football Club. We have Germany taking on China. The order today is going to be 1, 2, 3, and we have Raphael Kandra taking on China's Li Haizhen. They're going to be followed on by Yannik Omlor and Zhu Penglin. And we're going to round things out with Valentin Rapp and Zhang Guanyu. Well, joining me for this afternoon's first men's match, former England international and former World Team Championship winner, Simon Park. Good afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon, Gordo. It's great to be here. It's been a while since I've seen you, and it's been a while since I've been in Hong Kong. So both of those a pleasure. I'm looking forward to the week ahead with yourself and Paul Hornsby.
Well, we certainly have a cracking week of squash coming up here, Parky. This is the first time that the men's and women's team championships have been hosted on the same dates at the same facility. 49 teams, I believe, in action. So a real buffet of squash taking place.
Yeah, it's great to see some of the pictures at the opening ceremony last night here at Hong Kong Football Club. And as you rightly say, the first time that the women and the men have been together in this event. What do you think about that? You think it's a good thing?
No, I think it's a fantastic thing. It makes the event twice as big. It really gives it a real grandeur. And this event is going to be really fabulous for all the viewers here in Hong Kong and all the viewers globally watching on the stream. We have 2 streams going on the back side courts, and then we have this fantastic central glass court in this banquet hall. And as we get later in the week for the quarterfinals onwards, we're going to move to a glass court out on the football pitch inside the race course here at the Hong Kong Football Club. It's going to be a split semi-final, so squash fans are going to be able to really dial in on each semi-final. They're not going to be overwhelmed with too much squash all on one day.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of doing it. Obviously, with the women's here, the women's and the men's together, there's going to be a lot of matches. Obviously, adding up with all the ties and a lot of emotion. So I think that's a good idea from the organisers.
Yeah, well, it's great to see China taking part for the first time in this World Team Championships. The women's team losing out to the number 2 seeds this morning, the USA, but we've got the men's team in action. It's great to see that they've brought both teams. Really potential for explosive growth in China. They're such a big racket sports country. They're starting to make real big inroads on the ATP and WTA tennis tours, but they're probably more well known for the badminton and table tennis side of things. So many top players, and now they're getting in to the squash world. They had a fabulous China Open just over a month ago in Shanghai. Plenty of glass courts to go around there.
Have you been?
I actually have not been in Shanghai. I've been for about 12 hours in Beijing though, and had an absolutely cracking time. I've actually just had former USA national coach and Malaysian squash legend Ong Beng Hee recently relocating to Beijing, where he's opened his own squash academy, Dream Squash.
Oh wow! Didn't actually know that. That's new information to me. Best of luck to Beng Hee.
Well, they actually have a glass court over there at that facility as well, possibly even 2. They certainly aren't shy in terms of putting up glass courts in China.
Well, they should be able to play on them okay then. One guy that's got a lot of experience on glass courts is hitting the ball right now, Raphael Kandra, former British Open semi-finalist. That was his big breakthrough a few years ago, wasn't it, in Hull? The German. Still playing a very good level at 34 years of age.
World Squash Team Championship 2024. Next sports state match. Raphael Kandra of Tsz-Wing Tong to serve. He has hand of China to receive best of 5 games. Leung.
Well, we're in Parky. So Germany kicking off their campaign here against China.
One left.
Well, he's going to want to get a very solid performance in here, Kandra. The German team potentially has a big matchup this evening with the USA. That has implications imagining that both those teams get through unscathed. That has big implications in terms of who could potentially top the pool. The USA taking on Kuwait on the side courts.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting matchup when that occurs. Some good matches there.
Well,
hopefully.
Well, it certainly is going to occur, Parky. It's
yes,
just
it is going to occur.
It's just if it, has the implications we think it's going to have. Imagining that both those two teams potentially get through the morning's matches unscathed. It's a good start here from Kandra.
Yeah, very solid. We just both fairly unaware of the Chinese team. Lehigh Zhen has a ranking on the PSA World Tour of 254, but not too much experience yet, just 22 years of age. This is probably the best player he's stepped on court with, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, it's a fantastic opportunity here for Lehigh Zhen of China to gain that valuable experience on one of the world's biggest stages against a player of Kandra's caliber.
Good alliteration there.
Yeah, I'm trying to speak clearly. I've just come off the coconut milk latte, so I'm certainly buzzing.
That was a funny smell.
Yeah, I just find the coconut milk helps cut the acidity of the coffee.
Well, first point on the board for Aizen. Just settled the nerves a little bit for Chinese player.
It certainly hasn't been shy, Lehigh Zhen, of taking the ball in short. And he needs to be a little bit careful because someone Kandra's class, if the ball's left too loose in the front corners, Kandra's going to get on that very quickly.
Well, he's sometimes known as the goalkeeper, isn't he, Kandra? And he moves so well laterally, doesn't he? Which enables him to volley like that kind of position there and there. Just moves across that tee line so well. Always looking to cut off a loose ball, Kandra.
9-1.
Well, this is exactly the start Kandra would have been looking for. It's great. In a lot of ways, this is a great match to get his teeth sunk into this event and get himself moving without potentially having to do too many really powerful movements. So Kandra now well out in front with 9 game balls.
11 runs into Germany. Germany leads 1 game to love.
Well, very straightforward so far for Kandra and Germany.
One left.
Well, Lehigh Zen certainly trying to push the pace in that first rally. You can see him trying to make things happen a little bit quicker. Yeah, and that was just a little bit of lack of experience there from Lehigh Zen. Plenty of space there to play the ball, and as we see so much on the PSA World Tour these days, Parky, if there's any avenue to hit the ball towards the front wall, the referees want that ball played.
Absolutely, and the ball just clipping the top of the tin there. Quite audacious attempt there from Kandra. He is winning very comfortably here.
Yeah, it's a great little bit of racket work there from Lehigh Zen, just lunging out, using the big frame to cover a lot of space on the court.
Backhand serve going in from the lefty on the right hand side of the court, something a little bit different. You can see that he's quite happy to experiment here.
Yeah, it is a bit of a unique one. Kandra is known for that backhand serve on the left side of the court. You don't see it too often. It's something very unique. I feel like he probably does it because he's able to get a different angle on the front wall.
Yeah, a bigger angle, because you would play a backhand lob from that right hand side to lefty, wouldn't you? So there is an argument for it, but the serve never seems to be that great, I don't think.
No, and also there's that aspect that it just makes it it's not a bigger distance, but you're not looking at your opponent, so you're not always able to see exactly what's happening.
True. I remember a few years ago in Manchester, James Willstrop had a go at it a few times and then sacked it off. I think it was one match in one tournament he did it, and I thought, well, this is a change, but it didn't stick with it.
It was a one and done.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kandra's done it quite consistently over the years. I've seen it for a number of years.
He has.
Well, it should be noted, Germany is resting their number 2 player for this tie, and that number 2 player is the very well-known former top 10 player, Simon Rosner.
Chopper.
Yeah, so he could be making a very highly anticipated return to national team action for Germany later this evening.
Well, we were talking about him, weren't we, last night? We saw each other in the hotel, and I think he's the kind of player, obviously fantastic skill levels, but he's going to be able to, at his age as well, which isn't too old, be able to still compete with these players and get some good wins.
No, he certainly will be, and that's one of the benefits of the Bundesliga system over there in Germany, because it keeps some of these ex-players still playing quite a high level competitive squash.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him.
Well, Kandra now with plenty of game balls to take this second game.
Talking to the goalkeeper, he's doing a bit of a Bruce Goblar there, trying to fool his opponent. It's a nice exhibition squash there.
Well, it's been a very good start here from Kandra. He's looked relaxed. Certainly hasn't given the Chinese player any opportunity to sink his teeth into this match so far. So just 11 minutes, another 5-minute game, and Germany's Raphael Kandra out in front of Lehigh Zen, 2 games to love.
They will resume in 16 seconds. Resume in 30 seconds. Germany leads 2 games to level. Yes, let's. Mr. Kandra, need to clear better. Yeah, after playing your shot, need to clear better. Come
Interesting one there, Gordo.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Kandra doesn't really have a reputation as a player that gets in the way, and it's
also
pretty early doors here.
It's a very straightforward match, isn't it? So, interesting chime in there from the referee. A nice shot.
Yeah, I think sometimes what happens is they have that daily referee meeting where they talk about, you know, the decisions that have happened the previous day and what kind of line and what kind of attitude they want the players taking. So they sometimes get a little trigger happy with sort of advising the players early in the day because they've just had the information in the meeting and they want to get it off their chest.
Just a little bit of training for when it gets really tough later in the week.
2-1.
He certainly got down to that one, Gordo.
Yeah, no, he's looking mobile, Kandra. This is a perfect match for him to get himself moving, get himself ready for this evening's matchup.
He's similar age to you, right, Kandra?
Kandra's a little bit younger than me, I believe. Rosner's a similar age to me. Rosner and I actually played in junior squash several times.
30.
I am 38, and I believe Rosner's 37.
Okay. You're looking good on it.
We're trying. I've gone to Joey Barrington's facial cream moisturizer regime to try and keep the wrinkles away.
Yes, not working too well for him, but you look good.
Yeah, but it might not be working too well, but he's very knowledgeable about the body care products.
The application.
Really adheres to a strict regime.
I think Kandra's enjoying this run around.
3-2.
Yeah, it's interesting with Kandra because a lot of players, when they go a little bit exhibition-y, they can see their level drop a little bit. But Kandra is one of the players that actually will start to open the court up and be a bit more adventurous in his shot selection, and his level will improve.
Yeah, he's very talented, and when he starts expressing himself, it's very good for us as commentators and good for the viewers. But you're right, he can play some exceptional squash.
4-3.
Yeah, the only other player that I can really think of that goes a little bit exhibition-y at times and it doesn't really affect his level, almost improves it, is Miguel Angel Rodriguez. When he goes full disco time, it's never usually a bad thing.
And that was a shot that he would have been proud of. You mentioned Rodriguez. That was a great little flick from High Zen.
Out. 5-4.
Yeah, it's a good response here from Kandra. This mid-stage here, you can see Kandra now trying to start pushing the pace. He's not going to want to allow High Zen any opportunity to get a lead here. Yeah, and that's what these top players do. He's responded well here, Kandra. He's created that 2-point cushion. Gives him a little bit of breathing room getting into the business end here. must say it is interesting with Hai Zhen when he flicks the drop shots in cross court, he manages to get them quite wide. Quite a lot of players, when they go a little bit flicky going in short, it can get a little bit narrow.
Sure. He's doing okay here, the Chinese player. Certainly his best game of the match, this third.
Out. 7-6.
That's good skill and control on the volley there. Typical Kandra finish.
Out. 7-all.
That's a lovely finish from Hai Zhen. Just taking his foot off the pedal slightly here, Kandra. So allow his younger opponent to play a little.
Out. 8-all.
That's a good squeeze though from the German.
These next couple points, very important for Kandra. He wants to get off here 3-love. He doesn't want this match extended. And obviously, Lee Hai Zhen, with no pressure, can really let his arm go. He can be dangerous.
Good exchange there, the front line. Looks like the touch is improving from Hai Zhen. That's a nice line though. Perfect line though. Got a good approach there. It's 2 match balls then for Raphael Kandra.
Yeah, there it is. Kandra just slices the ball across the face of the front wall. Takes first blood for Germany. A very solid performance from Raphael Kandra. Didn't give Hai Zhen much to hit, and it just took him 20 minutes to dismiss China's Lee Hai Zhen 11-1, 11-2, 11-8. Welcome back for the number 2 rubber of this Germany-China encounter. We have Yannik Omlor of Germany and China's Zhu Penglin. Well, Parky, obviously not a tremendous amount on the stat sheet about China's Zhu Penglin, but Germany's Yannik Omlor is a much more well-known quantity. Floating around for quite a long time, the 80s, 90s in the world. One of these very steady European players.
Yeah, he certainly is. Seen him quite a bit over the years at the European Championships as well for Germany, of course. Another lefty. Pretty strong in terms of the fitness and good team player, Omlor.
Yeah, he's one of those players that potentially, if he was from a different region in the world, he possibly would be a tiny bit higher in the world rankings. But being based in Europe, just playing so many really strong small PSA events, you've got to be really battle hardened to get through to the latter stages and start putting big points up on the board in terms of ranking points.
Absolutely. I'm sure he plays a lot of Bundesliga though. Makes up for it. 28 years of age, Omlor. Have you played against him?
I have not actually played against him. I've played a lot of tournaments with him, though.
That's quite surprising then that you haven't met.
It's probably because I don't play Bundesliga.
You need to get involved.
I do. It was quite one of the things looking back on my career. I'm always a little bit sad that I never played Bundesliga or Dutch League.
You never got invited.
No, no. They just. I think when I was living over in the UK and was close by, my level wasn't quite good enough to be desirable for them.
Just stuck to the Yorkshire League.
Stuck to the Yorkshire League and sprinkled in a little bit of Northwest Counties League. Little Preston Grasshoppers with Danny Massaro organising the team sheets.
Nothing wrong with that. And then what would the fee be? A chicken in a basket after the match?
Usually it was either a spaghetti bolognese, or they do enjoy a good chicken tikka masala in the evening.
Yeah, well, it's worth travelling over the M62 for that, isn't it?
It certainly is. It certainly is.
I think they get a bit more in the Bundesliga, perhaps.
WSF World Squash Team Championships 2024.
Yeah, it's maybe come off the top end of its glory years, but I certainly remember when I was younger, when you were a top player, Parky, Bundesliga and Dutch League for that matter were big money affairs, all the top players playing.
Yeah, for squash, yeah, definitely. It was good bread and butter for a lot of the top players.
Who was your Bundesliga team?
I had a few, actually. Over the years, I played for a team in Ingolstadt, which was Munich. I also played for Dachau in later years, which was also near Munich. So there was a few teams. A couple of those as well, I actually can't remember.
So you were... The Bavarian squash fans were very familiar with you.
It was definitely more Bavaria in the south of Germany for me. I just went for the beer. Played against Rosner actually once. It was a bit of a mismatch because I was playing sort of after I'd retired from PSA, and that was fun. Managed to sneak a game off him, but I think he was being kind.
Yeah, that would have been quite the experience playing Rosner and Paderborn for that matter. And
yeah, it was at Paderborn.
At Paderborn, yeah. in the Bundesliga, because I'd imagine he would have a really quite tremendous following there. Could probably pack out a good squash club.
It was really nice because obviously it's his club and it was packed, and it was also great memories for me because that's where I won my World Juniors about 100 years ago. So it was a good fun match really, but he was far too good.
Well, it's good to see that Rosner's back on national team duty here. I remember seeing him play a couple of years ago, right after he retired, in the World Games in Birmingham, Alabama. Had a very entertaining first-round match with Hungary's Farkas Balázs.
Did he win?
Barely lost out to Balázs.
Good match.
Very good. Yeah, massive, absolutely massive. I think it was actually best of 3 in the World Games there in the early stages,
right,
which made it even more competitive.
For Rosner, that would help, wouldn't it? Two very tall and skillful players.
Well, this is exactly the start that Omlor in Germany were looking for. He's raced away to a 7-1 lead here, Omlor. Let's say Team Germany, a very country that's very good at playing these team events. They have so much history in the European Team Championships, and obviously with the importance they place on Bundesliga, the players really understand how to play in this team atmosphere.
Squash is a very individual sport, as you know, and it can get very lonely. I used to love playing in team events for England and other events, like you say, the Bundesliga, National League. Did you like that too?
Yeah, I actually really loved playing for the USA, and in some ways I found it a little bit more enjoyable than playing individual events. I just found it a little bit less pressure, oddly. Some players can feel more pressure in a team setting because they don't want to let the teammates down. For me, it always felt like a little bit less pressure because I felt like if
all your mates are there backing you up.
Well, I also felt if I lost, there was still another bite at the cherry, you know?
Yeah.
That it wasn't just like, you know, all done, you know?
Yeah, good point.
Well, Omlor now with 8 game balls to take this first game.
Didn't fancy that one. Saving the legs for the next point.
Yeah, there it is. Omlor taking the first game. Well, tremendous bit of experience here for Penguin, getting experience against Germany's top 100 player, Yannik Omlor. Looked very, very composed, though, Omlor, taking that first game in just 5 minutes.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Germany leads 1-0 to one. No more.
Yeah, it's a deceptive flick there from Omlor straight down that left-hand wall. Typical lefty shot, difficult to read.
Yeah, I think Omlor's going to be trying to put some points up on the board pretty quickly here, open up a big cushion, and then he can ride the wave through the rest of the game. Just doesn't want to give anything for Penguin to start to build confidence. Certainly doesn't want to give any cheap points away either.
Really tall, isn't he, Penguin? He's almost as tall as you, I think.
Yeah, very tall, lanky figure. Just hasn't quite found a way yet to make himself big on the tee. Really started posing himself on the volley.
282 at 22 years of age, same age as his colleague who went on court earlier, Aizen. Young players, good to see from China, but they've got a long way to go, haven't they, Gordo? It's great to see, though, that the country's opening up in terms of wanting to play this great sport. But certainly quite far away at this stage. But as we know with China, as you mentioned earlier, alluded to with the tennis and other sports, they get the hang of things very, very quickly.
Yeah, once they start really sinking their teeth into it, they have potential to become a force to be reckoned with. One of the other Asian countries that seems to be really starting to kick on and climb the ranks is South Korea. They had a lovely performance this summer in the World Junior Team Championships on the boys' side, and even in the individual with Ju Young Na reaching the final, losing out to Zakaria, and then the team getting through to the final as well, taking out the USA in the semi, and then losing the final to a very strong Egypt.
So they're a force to be reckoned with.
Well, I think they're going to be coming on the scene. They're on the backcourts right now, playing the Czech Republic, and their number one player, Ryu Zhongmen, currently trails the Czech Republic's Victor Bertis 2-1, but it's a very tight affair.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Victor Bertis won the first game 11-8 before losing the second one 11-9, and then Bertis took the third 12-10, and he's 8-7 up now in the fourth. So it's pretty tight there with Czech Republic and South Korea.
It's just great to see more nations involved, isn't it, in squash? So different to when I was up and coming as a junior. I know that's a long time ago, but so many. I mean, if you'd told me then that there would have been a Peruvian world champion, I wouldn't have believed you. But, the game is growing all over the globe, which is great to see.
Well, Omlor's really raced away with this game. 5-game balls. Penguins just saved one of them. Yeah, and he's played the ball back at himself there, Pangolin. So Omlor takes that second game pretty comfortably. It's a good fight there, though, from Pangolin. Trying to make things tough on the German. So another 5-minute game, and Yannik Omlor leads Zhu Pangolin. He's looked pretty sharp here so far, Yannik Omlor. Germany's looking tremendously focused. I think they're very dialed in on the fact that they have a match this afternoon, want to get through this debutant Chinese team as comfortably as they can, trying to leave petrol in the tank for later on.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, it's been a very professional job, as you'd expect from the Germans so far.
Too low.
do have some great matches coming up for you on this glass court this afternoon. At 3 p.m. we've got the Spanish women taking on Japan. And then at 5:30 p.m. we have another women's match that could be really exciting. England and Canada. England potentially a little bit short-staffed. They've had injury there to Georgina Kennedy. So that's rejigged the team order a little bit and potentially brings things back a little bit more on an even footing against Canada. So
yeah, could be tricky.
And then we're going to round things off in the evening at 7:30 p.m. with another cracker of a men's match for you. The hosts, Hong Kong, China, taking on Pakistan.
Yeah, all to look forward to here on this glass court in Hong Kong at the football club.
Yeah, it's a good rally there from Omlor. He weathered the onslaught from Pangolin. So he's really running away with his third game. Must be said, though, Parky, that in the group stages in these ties, you have to play all the rubbers. That means you have to play all the matches because it could count for the games count back when we decide who goes through in the pools.
But every point counts as well, doesn't it? Every game and every point.
Yeah, so we are going to see the number 3 string match after this.
Yes, nice touch. Well tidied up there from Omlor.
Oh, he's whipped that one in there into the nick, Omlor. Classy way to finish off the match.
With a bagel as well. I feel a bit sorry for the Chinese lad, Pangolin.
Well, 17 minutes, and Germany's Yannik Omlor sees off China's Zhu Pangolin 3 games to love. Welcome back for our third string rubber here in the Germany-China matchup. We have Germany's Valentin Rapp taking on China's Zhang Yu. Well, Valentin Rapp, a very experienced competitor on that European PSA Challenger Tour scene. He's been around quite a long time, Valentin Rapp. He's obviously played quite a lot of leagues as well in Europe. Certainly no stranger to these major team events. Zhang Yu of China going to have his work cut out for him here against the very experienced German.
Yeah, 32 years of age, Valentin Rapp, very experienced campaigner for, well, in a Germany shirt.
Fantastic opportunity for China's Zhang Yu to gain some very valuable experience here on the central glass court, the Hong Kong Football Club.
And that's what it is, isn't it, Gordo? A real test for the young Chinese team, a very young Chinese team here. Just getting on there with some really experienced players here from Germany on the glass court in this situation, in this pool stage, but it's the first time that China have had a go, and you've got to start somewhere.
Absolutely, it's all about building blocks, and they're taking on a team of battle-hardened PSA veterans here. All these Germans with a tremendous amount of experience on the PSA World Tour.
Valentin Rapp of Germany to serve, Zhang Yu of China to receive. Best of 5 games. Leung. For Germany. 1 left.
In a lot of ways, in terms of experience, Parky, for Zhang Yu, this is a bit of an ideal scenario because China's already lost the tie, so there really is no pressure. So he can, he can really let his arm go, really go after Valentin Rapp here.
Hello. 1-3.
Well, Yu is the youngest in this Chinese team, and this particular lineup today at 20 years of age. Another very tall player from China, giving it a go against Valentin Rapp.
4-1.
He has performed for China in the Asian Team Championship. He did play that in the summer of this year too.
Well, it's good work there from Zhang Guangyu along the side wall, squeezing Valentin Rapp.
Head out, 6, 3. Yeah. 7, 3.
Just a little bit loose, isn't it, Gordo, from Guan Yu?
He's not quite getting ball into those target areas in the back corners yet.
That's good disguise from the German.
8, 3.
Just hiding the racket face and coming across the ball, inside the ball for that backhand drop shot.
Yeah, it's a good way to shot there from Rapp.
9, 3.
Just dragging Zhang Guangyu into the back corner.
Rally here, clearly the longest rally of the match so far. Testing the fitness of the youngster.
Yeah, it's a much better rally from Guan Yu. Just was able to hug the ball into the side walls more consistently. But Valentin Rapp ever so patient, just waiting for the loose one. And he earns himself 7 game balls to take this first game. Yeah, it's a great squeeze from Valentin Rapp there. Very good performance from Rapp. Just patient, didn't rush anything. So 6 minutes in duration, and Germany's Valentin Rapp leads China's Zhang Guangyu 1 game to love.
In 30 seconds. Germany leads 1 game to love. Double. One left.
Yeah, he's another good example, I think. We all know Valentin Rapp of good professional, solid professional, gets the job done.
Yeah, he's definitely been around Valentin Rapp. He knows what he's doing. He's going to take no prisoners in a situation like this. Well, we do have confirmation, Parky, that the USA has beaten Kuwait in the other match in this pool. So their match this evening with Germany has huge implications in terms of who potentially goes through top of the pool.
As expected.
As expected.
3-1.
Another match for all the viewers at home to just monitor. I'm not sure it's being streamed, but they can certainly check it out on the live score. As the World Junior Championships finalist from South Korea, Ju Young-na, taking on the Czech Republic's Jakub Solnicki in the number 2 rubber in that Czech Republic-Korea match.
What's your personal opinion on that one? In terms of these players?
Well, Jakub Solnicki leading that match 1 game to love. He seemed to take the first game fairly comfortably, 11-6. Might just be a scenario where Ju Young-na still needing a little bit more experience in terms of this higher-end adult squash against players that are highly seasoned PSA World Tour veterans.
Did he lose comprehensively to Zachariah
in the finals of the World Juniors? Yeah, it was 3-love, but he's pretty patient in his approach. Plays pretty, shall we say, like a traditional game where he really tries to structure the rallies, build from the back corners. So kept Zachariah on there for a decent amount of time, even though it was 3-love.
Yeah, that's no mean feat these days, is it, with the improvement of the Egyptian youngster?
I'll say, Parky, it's been a good start to the second game from Zhang Guanyao.
Yeah, there's a little bit of showboating going on there as well. He's obviously relishing and enjoying the experience here. It's good to see.
Yeah, this is that zone where Valentin Rapp is going to try and really buckle down the hatches, hit the targets in the back corners more consistently, not allow Zhang Guanyao quite as much space to attack. Yeah, it's speculative there on the volley from Zhang Guanyao.
Boy, he just didn't commit to it, did he? I mean, it was on, but just didn't commit with the racket.
Yeah, perfect weight shot there from Valentin Rapp. It's a big error there from Zhang Guanyao. Allows Rapp to march forward in this game. Looked pretty promising for the young Chinese player in the early stages. As the game's gone on, Rapp has showed his experience.
That's a nice finish. Very casual there from Rapp. Well, it seemed casual. He's doing everything in a very organised way. Rapp, very balanced. Look at that, clinical.
9-3.
Yeah, it's a very professional performance from the German. When Zhang Yu really pushed at the start of this game, Rapp didn't panic, just stuck to the basics, kept turning up the pressure. He now has 7 game balls to take the second game. Yeah, there it is. It's a good squeeze from Rapp. Gets the stroke, so Rapp now very much in the driver's seat. Well, 13 minutes in duration, another 6-minute game by another score of 11-3, and Germany's Valentin Rapp leading China's Zhang Yu 2 games to love.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Time. Germany leads 2 games to love. One more.
You're talking about that World Juniors recently, and that just occurred there, didn't it? I was through myself, and I always like to keep in touch. There didn't seem to be any German players coming through in that, and it hasn't really been for a while. Players to back up the. I mean, these guys aren't exactly old, but they're not going to be there forever. Are there any good juniors you know of, or younger players coming through the rankings?
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's not. You haven't really seen many other Germans apart from these seasoned veterans on the scene on the PSA World Tour. You know, I think it's really indicative that they're bringing Rosner back into the fold for the team events. Obviously, he was an absolute legend, but.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking about him. I can see his head shining there at the back of the court. But he managed to win the TOC, didn't he? Which is a huge achievement. First German player to win a tournament of that stature.
Yeah, but it certainly would be a little bit concerning for Germany in terms of the depth. They do have player that I recently played some tournaments with. The name is escaping. It's in his early 20s, but apart from that, it doesn't seem like there are a tremendous amount of tremendous amount of young Germans coming through.
Which is always surprising when you look at the history of squash in Germany and the Bundesliga, as you say, and all of the events that have gone on there over the years.
Yeah, the only young player that I can really see that's floating about is Jan Ripperwerth. Yeah, he's down at a sort of 160 mark in the world or so. So I believe he barely missed out on this team. I believe he's their number 5. He's from Mönchengladbach, 22 years of age. He's very active, though. He had a good performance a couple of weeks ago in the Cape Town Open, bronze event down in South Africa. He got to the second round. He defeated Saif Tamer of Egypt, creating the upset in the first round before losing out to former World Open finalist Omar Mossad.
Well, he's no slouch, is he? So that's a disgraceful loss.
So, yeah, but apart from young Ripperwerth, there's not a tremendous amount of young Germans that are registering on the scene. Well, Valentin Rapp has really run away with this third game. This is exactly the performance Germany would have been looking for. Would have wanted to get out of this match very quickly, get back to the hotel, and rest up for their match against USA this evening. So now
he wants to wrap it up for Germany, doesn't he?
Yeah, he sure does. He certainly got plenty of match balls to go around here. And there it is, first time Valentin Rapp taking the match, 3 games to love. Fantastic performance by the entire German team. 20 minutes, and Germany's Valentin Rapp defeats China's Zhang Guanyu 11-3, 11-3, 11-1. Well, a fantastic bit of experience here for the Chinese team in their first WSF World Squash Team Championships. Getting their toes wet here in the first round on the glass court. They lost all 3 matches, 3 games to love. Kandra took out Li Haizhen. Then Omlor defeated Zhu Penglin, and we wrapped things up with Valentin Rapp defeating Zhang Guanyu.
The next match will be at 3 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, 3 o'clock.
Port, and we'll be decorated with
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third match on this splendid court at the Hong Kong Football Club. Wonderful games this afternoon between Japan, my apologies, and Spain. So I'm going to introduce to you the Japanese team. They're the home team for this afternoon. That is Tsutomi Watanabe, Akari Midorikawa, and the hero Nishio. Can we give them a warm round of applause, please? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, ladies. Their opponents in Spain this afternoon: Marta Dominguez, Cristina Gomez, and Noah Romero Vasquez. Please give them a warm round of applause also. Welcome, ladies, to you, and thank you very much. We look forward to a great day. Just a swift reminder, ladies and gentlemen, could you please make sure that your telephones are switched to silent mode or switched off? And please, during the rallies, please don't move about the area because it does distract the players. Between rallies, fine, but not during the rallies. And please feel free to cheer the side that you want to hit. So plenty of noise that you make, but again, not during the rallies between. Thank you very much indeed.
I never take one. Okay? And you need to go back after this one.
Welcome back, folks. We are the third tie already today on the opening day of the World Squash Team Championships here in Hong Kong, China. Bags of matches to get through here at Hong Kong Football Club, and this is Japan against Spain. Before I introduce the players, there's somebody very special I'd like to introduce, and that is the man to my right is only going to be in Simon Park.
Good afternoon, Paul.
You are
looking to be reunited with you.
Yeah, yeah. I've got to say, Parky, you're looking nice and sharp.
Thank you very much. What considering?
Despite the jet lag. Anyway, back to the squash. It is Japan against Spain, so the order of play for today is quite simple. 1, 2, 3. It's not always in that order. It changes from day to day. So at number 1 string, just knocking it down, we've got Satomi Watanabe, who's on court against Marta Dominguez. We then have Akari Midorikawa taking on Cristina Gomez at number 2 string, and then the last match, there will be no dead rubber in this pool stage, so the last match is played no matter what, and that is Mahiro Nishio taking on Noah Romero. So fantastic week ahead to look forward to here in Hong Kong, just fresh off the back of the Hong Kong Open, literally only finished late last night, straight into the teams event here. So it's all on in Asia over this last couple of months, really. Back of squash going on. And it's a fitting way to draw 2024 to a close. With the first ever men's and women's World Team Championships at the same venue. And what a venue it is, Parky.
It certainly is. It's a lovely club here, the Hong Kong Football Club. It's a club I've frequented many times over the years as a player and then as a commentator. But it's been a while since I've been here as a commentator. Still need to try and find out exactly what year that was. That was last year, but yeah, fantastic facility. Everyone's very friendly, and it's been well organised so far.
Yeah, it really has. A huge amount of work has gone into it. And believe it or not, this is not actually the main show court, is it? We're here in the banquet hall in the football club for the first 3 days, and then there's actually a court being erected. Have you seen it?
I haven't yet, but I know where it's going to be on the football pitch.
I get a bird's eye view of that from my hotel room, which is quite cool. Right in the centre of the race course here in Hong Kong.
Will you be commentating from your hotel room then in the second part of the week?
Could do. I'm not sure these leads will be long enough, but yeah, plenty to look forward to.
Now, this will be a decent match. Dominguez has been improving steadily over the last year or two. It's been taking games, 1 or 2 of the top 20 players. Watanabe, obviously we know a lot about her talents, but it's not going to be easy for Watanabe today.
No, not at all.
Playing will start in 30 seconds. will start in 15 seconds. WSF World Squash Team Championships 2024. Women's small stage match. One string. Watanabe of Japan, Dominguez of Spain will receive. Best of 5 games.
Japanese number 1, Tomo Watanabe, gets this match underway.
A lot of movement in the feet then as she was trying to execute that shot, Dominguez.
I was trying to rack my brains in the knock-up. I knew that I'd seen Marta Dominguez play recently in the Ace Malaysia Cup in Kuala Lumpur a few weeks ago. She came through an absolutely monumental first-round battle. It's a local player, Savitra Kumar, and she won 16-14 in the 5th.
Wow.
74 minutes.
Did you commentate on that match?
No, I didn't actually. No, I didn't. It was Vanessa.
And then she lost out to Katie Malef.
Katie Malef, yeah.
Very, very good player, Katie Malef.
Yeah, she's been playing well.
Paul, where do you think that Dominguez is going to try and attack? What are the weaknesses in terms of Watanabe?
The weaknesses? Well, I'll probably talk more about what the strengths are from Watanabe that he's going to have to try and contain. And that's the power. The power of Watanabe is really quite impressive. She can cause a lot of damage with the pace into the back of the court. Also, he's got good hands, hasn't she? She can really flick the ball around and cause a bit of damage that way as well. So I think I'd be tempted to, if I was advising Dominguez, I'd be tempted to encourage her to use playing it height on the front wall and just try to not get drawn into the same attacking way of playing. One thing that I did notice when I watched Watanabe here last week, and I'm going to have a look to see who she played, it might have been Shabini actually. I will confirm that, but she just can go through patches where she can just get a little bit too carried away with the pace and just get a bit snatchy.
Yeah, loses the focus a little bit. That probably is a weakness, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think just that, just a bit of focus sometimes and concentration. I learnt a little bit actually from a pal of mine, Peter Marshall, who plays her quite a lot, I think, in competitive matches.
Right.
And gives her a few tips as well. He doesn't purport to be her coach in any way, but she enjoys playing him and learning from him. They've had some 5-set battles, and it's a match that I'm sure a lot of squash fans would like to watch.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
But yeah, she's incredibly. He said the same as you. She's so strong and skillful and supple. But sometimes the kind of game plan isn't there, and obviously he does have a very strong game plan. So great contrast between the two. And of course he is almost 54 as well, so that makes a difference. Still very, very fit though for his age.
Well, now you've mentioned Peter Marshall as one of the South African players who's here is double hand on both sides. He's only a young chap. Pretty rapid.
Is he as good as Peter Marshall?
Right now he probably is, yeah.
What he used to be, I
He's
mean.
never been world number 2 though.
No.
Oh, that's nice. Took that away nicely, didn't she?
She did. She's got a high skill level, Dominguez. Moves the ball around nicely.
There's a skill from Watanabe. Ball came right out into the middle of the court there, so she could have put that anywhere. Kept Dominguez guessing. She's got to break away with this opening game now. Japanese one. Well, that is in the middle of the 10, unfortunately, for Dominguez.
She was so upright, wasn't she, when she played it? I know she's tall and she doesn't always bend that much, but just a little bit lazy with the movement there.
She's not even made contact with the ball there. Good serve from Watanabe. 26 game ball. Settled in quite nicely, hasn't she, the Japanese player?
She certainly has. Just as you said that, a nice high backhand volley winner from Watanabe.
A reasonably competitive opening phase to the game, but it was Watanabe ran away with it, really, taking it 11-4 in just 8 minutes.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Japan leads 1 game to 1. Trouble. And down, 1 love.
What do you think she could improve on, the Spaniard, Paul, in this second game going forward?
Got to be tighter. Definitely got to be tighter. Get those straight lines better, which she did in that rally. Actually, managed to get the ball through the forehand wall. Yeah, just gave Satomi Watanabe a bit too much to play off, especially the second half of that opening game.
Bit of strapping on the leg of the Spaniard there as well on the right.
Yeah.
The right thigh.
That's a right thigh.
That is a right thigh.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Yeah. Jet lagged.
Still a bit jet lagged. Which is hopefully it's nothing too bad because she's got a long week ahead of her. Everyone has. These team events can be quite exhausting.
Yeah, especially when you're the number one in your team as well.
Yeah.
You tend not to get opportunities to be rested because obviously absolutely everybody's playing one place higher than the position. When you're sort of 3 and 4, it doesn't have too much of an impact on the strength of the team if you're given a rest day. Yeah, the number ones tend to take a bit of a pounding.
Yeah, I've been there.
It's a privileged position to be in, though, of course.
Certainly is.
I've never been there.
Can't tell.
Actually, I did actually play number one for Scunthorpe once.
For Scunthorpe?
Scunthorpe squash team, yeah. Snuck in at number one.
It's impressive. A lot of great players from Scunthorpe.
Ian Beaufort.
I can't think of any at the moment, but
Kevin Keegan. Kevin Keegan was from Scunthorpe. Tony Jacklin, the golfer.
Sorry, I thought we were talking about squash.
Oh. Well, in that case.
I mean, they are great names, I'll give you that. Tony Jacklin from Scunthorpe?
Yep.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
It's new information. Some of our younger viewers might be have absolutely no idea what we're talking about here, Paul.
Probably not, showing our age.
6-5.
Well, this is a great response from the Spaniard. Especially considering how that opening game ran away from her, and that's another very positive looking ball into the front of the court from Dominguez.
And that's exactly the right word. That last rally was so much more positive. Really being proactive here, Dominguez.
Again. Oh,
it's great flexibility, isn't it? That's the other very impressive thing about the Japanese player, Watanabe. She's so quick.
She just got her grounded, didn't she, on the floor there. Just got the Spaniard on her heels, which allowed her to whip that ball past her.
Well, most players would be onto that really early, wouldn't they? But she decided to give it a bit of hold there.
Yeah.
She's a little bit loose on the cross courts now, Watanabe, and Dominguez is a pretty good volleyer.
Great athleticism in these few rallies. Look at that. Well, she knew as soon as she hit it. It was quite a big miss. Pressure was on. Oh, what a lovely shot that was from Watanabe. And a fist pump to go with it. That normally tells you how happy someone is with the outcome of a shot. Given a bit of a wake-up call here. Satomi Watanabe certainly has not had everything her own way. Oh dear. Ooh. That was really quite a strange reaction to what was a very average shot.
Yeah, very high pitched.
Yeah. Keeps Dominguez in touch.
A little bit wider, wasn't it? So it forced Dominguez to be on the stretch for that volley and put up a loose one, and Watanabe was pouncing on it in a flash, giving her 2 game balls here. Just a bit close to it, and rushed it, didn't she? This is the focus side of things that we were talking about, Paul.
Yeah.
Just slapping her head there after that shot, having a little word with herself.
Yeah, there's been a couple of howlers in this game for the Japanese ball. Still 1 game ball though. Love that.
Another
Love
bit
that.
of a hold, wasn't
Yeah.
there?
Hold and snap on that forehand volley.
Japan leads 2 games to 0.
Looks like Watanabe's going to stay on and have a bit of solo practice here. Clearly not happy with how she's striking the ball. Another 8-minute game though.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. Japan lead. 2 games to 0.
Well, it was a better performance, wasn't it, Paul, from Dominguez, the Spaniard, in the second game.
I just sense that Satomi Watanabe's probably just been having a bit of a word with herself after the way that game unfolded, those couple of poor errors. I don't think we're going to see any lapse in concentration. She looks as if she's picked the pace up a bit here to me.
Yeah, she's definitely been a little bit more positive, and I think shots like that, I was just about to say, she should be playing this as if she's playing a semi-final of a major event, really, because Dominguez, although she isn't as good as Shabini or somebody like that, I think you've got to give the respect and try to play rallies as if you are playing in a top match.
Yeah.
Because if you do have those moments of lack of focus, she's going to be on you.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is she needs to set the scene for a next match, shouldn't she? Come off a match, even if you get the job done and you win, but you come off and you think, well, it was a bit rough around the edges, you know, probably spent a bit longer on the court than I really needed to there because it was a bit shabby. Then you sort of, it's that negativity that you attach to your performance that you can carry into your next match. So she's going to finish strongly, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a good hold and flick.
4-2.
That's a great volley.
Yeah, lovely volley.
3-4.
Played that shot in a very relaxed manner, the Spaniard.
So this is the only pool, this is Pool A, and it's the only pool in the women's event. It's only got 3 teams in. And the other team just happens to be Egypt.
Easy one, that one.
There's no Noran Gohar at this event. She's got a procedure on her nose. But,
the nose that keeps getting hit.
Yeah, yeah.
Suddenly.
So rather than having number 1, 2 and 3 in the world, they've now got number 1, 3, what's El Arabi? Or Orfi might be above El Arabi.
Check on that, they're both obviously top 8, aren't they? Top 10.
4-5.
Larabe's currently 8 in the world and 9 for Orfi, so a terribly weakened team, that Paul.
Well, Mina Orfi's been absolutely on fire.
Yeah, she's been carving away through some draws, hasn't she? And some players.
Yeah, well, she won in Kuala Lumpur. Beat number 1 seed Subramania in the final end, then beat Hania in the final in Singapore, so she's on the rise.
Yeah, neither of those two looked particularly happy at the end of those matches.
Well, this is, based on what we were saying a couple of minutes ago, Parky, this is another reason why Watanabe will want to come off this match brimming with confidence, feeling like she's sharp, because tomorrow she'll play either Nour El-Shibini or Hania. So she'll need to have her A game there.
I'm trying to remember, was it Hamami that she beat in Wimbledon? It was Wimbledon that she beat, wasn't it? The Wimbledon Classic.
She won.
I think it was Siva. There was 2 events back to back, wasn't there? Siva won the London Classic and Watanabe. Siva beat Hamami, didn't she? And
she beat Naylor.
That's right.
Naylor in the final of 1.
That's who I was trying to think. So that's a huge win still. She had a couple of other good wins as well to get to that final. A breakthrough win for Watanabe.
Oh, that's lovely. Awkward one.
It was well tidied up, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. All came out towards the middle of the court, so she had to adjust the body a little bit. Great racket head control.
And again.
Well, she's come back into focus in this third game. 5 match balls now to secure the first tie for Japan.
Well, this is what she needed to do, as I was saying. She just needed to play every point as best she could. That was a bit of an early Christmas present there from Dominguez. I think she'd be a bit disappointed with that performance, but Watanabe safely through.
Well, that's confirmation. 25 minutes for this opening match in this tie. It's Japan's Satomi Watanabe secures the win 11-4, 11-9, 11-5.
My hero Nishio, need to wear eyewear. Correction. The second one.
So back in action. So just to recap, Japan's Tomi Watanabe got the job done in the first swing match. It's Marta Dominguez, free love. So we've got Christina Gomez here. She's actually been playing pretty well as well. Also played in Malaysia. Also came through a huge battle in the first round. It was against the seniors, against Nor Megahead.
Sorry, what was the name?
Well, she's called Nor Megahead.
Okay.
How would you
Fair
say?
enough. Exactly the same as you.
11-9 in the fifth. Then came up against Aifar Azman, the local player there in Malaysia. So Parky, just as they're knocking up here, what would you say is the top three differences when you play for your country in a team as opposed to playing an individual event on the
interesting
PSA tour?
Three. Well, of course, the obvious one is you're not just playing for yourself, you're playing for your teammates, but they're also playing for you.
Yep.
So that's the biggest thing for me, is the support that you get. And we talked about it a little bit with Gordo earlier, and he felt it took the pressure off him a little bit. Okay. Some players develop a bit of a glass arm when they put their country's shirt on and get a bit over nervous. There's definitely some players feel there's more pressure, but personally I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I liked having, the twice that we won the World Teams Tours for England in 95 and 97, I had some of my best mates in my corner, and I was in their corner, and they still are.
Yeah.
Awesome. Some really good friends, so it's a great memories. Two more.
You don't have to rush the answer. We've got plenty of time. You can keep referring back to it.
We'll keep referring back to that one. But I love these team events, and I love playing in them as well. Definitely improved my game.
WSF World Squash Team Championship 2024 Women's Pool Stage Match. Christina Gomez of Spain to serve. Akari Riina of Japan to receive. Best of 5 games. Go.
So Gomez will get this match underway. It's a must-win match for the Spaniard. We've just been talking about the fact this is a pool of 3 teams. It's the only pool of 3, and the top 2 go through to the top 16 here in this event. So it's quite actually a big match. This you'd have to give Gomez the edge in terms of the favourite to pick this match up. If she does so, we'll go to a decider. And the team in this group are Egypt, so it's almost impossible to think that either team are going to get a win there. So this is their opportunity to make top 16. Oh! She played that very nicely. Nice and early with the racket preparation.
Yeah, it was impressive. 7 years between these two, 26 years of age, Gomez. Midorikawa was 19 last August. That's perhaps why the referee was asking her to wear a goggles, maybe just refereed her in some junior events. Of course, she is a senior. Must be a big relief to take your goggles off when you're 19. I never had to. Well, I did have to wear them in senior events in America because it was a litigation thing, but never wore them in juniors. I think it sort of came in around some late 90s, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, because I'm slightly younger than you, I might not look it.
Do you have to wear goggles?
Yeah, it was.
I mean, you wear goggles all the time, don't you?
Yeah, Just came in at the very end of my junior career, which would have been like 98, something like that.
Yeah, because I think the likes of James Willstrop, I think he might have been the sort of first generation.
Yeah, so he's a couple of years younger than me. But it's interesting, some senior players do well. Katie Mallett was, wasn't she? She was Iowa.
Do you think it's just a comfortability thing from just what she's used to since the age of 8 or 9? Just happy to continue wearing them. Yeah. Maybe a safety element.
Well, I mean that's the obvious.
That's the obvious one for
Darren Selby, I think, wore him in his later.
Well, he got hit, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think he got hit in the eye with the ball at the national championships in Nottingham towards the later stages of his career, and actually started wearing them, which is quite a strange thing to happen, really. But you can understand why he chose to do that.
Absolutely. Japanese players have to apply it. That's brilliant. It's great deception. Love that. She's fired up, isn't she?
6-3.
She certainly is. She kind of slopes around the court, doesn't she? And then she gets into a rally, and she's quite impressive.
Get out. 4-6.
Gomez. I thought that was down. I tend to agree, actually. I thought it's a little bit a doubly side to me.
7-5.
Casual on the return of serve. Almost backfired on her there in a big way. She missed a nick.
Head out. 6-7.
Well, the screech from the Japanese player there tells you all you need to know about how much she wanted that point on the board.
I was going to say raw, but it was more of a screech, you're right. Definitely a screech. What type of Japanese animal would make that noise? It'd be a bird, wouldn't it? I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
She's feisty, isn't she? It's good early hitting from Japanese player. That is brilliant. And that was very loud again, Paul. Right through the headphones.
Yeah, we're going to have to turn these down if this continues.
Got the director to turn them up. He's all over the place.
Oh, slightly fortunate bounce, but I tell you what, she has definitely been really quite aggressive, to say the least, throughout this opening game, actually. Yarikawa has got her opponent on the ropes with some really good attacking squash. Gomez, I think it's a natural style to look quite casual, the way she sort of...
Yeah. Absolutely, that's a great finish, though.
Around the court, but yeah, brilliant first game from the Japanese player. There we go, 7 minutes of aggression from Akari Midorikawa. Leads by 1 game to love after taking it 11-6.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Only one game to love. Low. Stop to stand. Head out. One left. Head out. One all.
So Gomez is 111 in the world at present, and Midorikawa 125. Not too far apart in the rankings. Nice to see though, another Japanese player at this level, and young as well. I'm sure she's quite inspired by her superstar number one. Gomez has been a lot higher though, Paul, hasn't she? I think she's been up in the top 50 before, 48.
Yeah. She's got the experience behind it. Her rather.
Head out. 3, 2.
Crunch match really for Spain, isn't it? With these two being so close in the rankings. Gomez obviously with that bit more experience, but without stating the obvious, she has to win this to level up and give Spain a chance.
Win match.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Very late, that post was hit.
6-2.
Well, just almost sliced that ball in two. Paul just didn't really commit to it. There's a few technical errors really in that drop shot.
Yeah, she's just gone off the boil a bit really. Midorikawa, all these winners that she was chopping in the first game seem to have dried up. Gomez is in control. That was a slightly fortunate bounce.
3-7. 4-7.
Again, just rushing a little bit on that backhand volley. This time a little bit higher, but just not committing to the shot really. It's a good lead here for Gomez.
Get out. 5-4.
What do you think, Paul? Has it been an improvement from Gomez, or just a bit of a drop off from?
I think a bit of both, really.
Yeah.
I'd say it's a bit of both. She didn't really miss much, did she, in the first Midorikawa?
No.
Gomez looked a little bit casual.
No. No further comment, please. I explained you.
Well, I thought there's a little bit harsh. Paul, I mean, the ball's high. It's kind of a safety element there, isn't there?
6-8.
She doesn't want to lose composure, does she? She's controlled the second game, really. Gomez. Midorikawa's only 2 points behind, so she needs to keep her eye on the task.
Yeah. 9-6.
Wow, speakers have gone again, Paul.
What's that?
The old cans. It's alright, we've got some new ones on order.
Oh, she's managed to get it back on the front wall somehow.
8-9.
Well, she's paid for the whole racket.
I'm just a little bit nervous that she might win this round. Blow my eardrums out again.
I think Gomez fails.
Huge point. Oh, there we go.
There it is. There it is. Straight through the brain.
9-0.
Kept her cool on that one. She's got herself a game ball here. This is incredible for a 2-love lead. Controlling that middle area. That's great length. Oh. Wow, that was a risky business from Cristina Gomez to go for the long-range drop there. Facing a game ball to go 2-love down. Kept composure. Tie-break situation.
Yes, let's.
This is definitely the match of the day. There's that screech again. Bit of a poor serve, you have to say, though, from Gomez. Well punished from Midorikawa.
Will it be third time lucky, Parky?
I'm going to say yes.
It's good length.
That's a loose one. She's taking space. It's opportunity.
She's
ready.
Oh,
what a shot.
Look at that. This Spanish team are off the bench.
From the back of the court as well. She had to trot back to the back and play that deceptive boast. It was very impressive. Well, I was wrong on the third time lucky shout.
So that's twice. Cristina Gomez has gone high risk. Game ball down.
There's a lot of Vamos going on at the back of the court there. Opportunity now for Gomez to level things up here. Just not quite finding the length. She found that boast.
Yes, done that a few times in this match where she's almost taken it on the half volley. She's rolled pulling that post round so early. Yeah, this is exciting stuff. Game on now in this match. In this whole tie, in fact. So 18 minutes. That was an entertaining game of squash. But it was Cristina Gomez who got that all-important last point on the board. Takes it 13-11 and draws level, 1 game all.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. One pin ball. Spin to serve. Level.
Well, all to play for here, Paul. Fantastic second game. It had everything, didn't it?
Did.
And we've started as to mean to carry on here. Gomez with that nice early volley.
Yeah, she'll be looking to carry that momentum into this, the start of this game. Started the last game strong and almost just relaxed a bit, I think. Got a couple of screech winners. Midorikawa. That was a bit of a turning point, but Gomez managed to finish it off, didn't she? But I'm quite impressed by how the Japanese players gone about things, though. She's been
feisty.
Yeah, she's got stuck in and been on the hunt for opportunities to take that ball into the front corners.
Not a bad finish that, and the ball wasn't too bad. Just maybe clipped that one.
Nicely played. Really straight, that aggressive drop, but it was nice and tight.
Just enough width, that's good awareness there from Gomez. She knew that her opponent would be flying across to try and volley that.
Yeah. 2-4.
Yeah, it's been the best match we've seen on this court today so far, I think.
Yeah, without a doubt, and the loudest.
3-4.
Yeah, the shot that really hurt Midorikawa there was the previous one. Backhand drive was
5-3.
absolutely leathered. She was on the move there. She was taking the drop in. She was also making adjustments with the footwork, so it's very difficult to control the ball when your feet are moving. She's gone a bit wayward again now, Midorikawa. A couple of quick errors.
That's the lack of experience, isn't it? I think freshly out of the juniors, the young Japanese player. Nevertheless, putting in an impressive performance here. Can't write her off just yet. It's making life very hard for Gomez. Some tight work going in now down the backhand side, particularly. It's good width. Oh, that's tough. That was a tough rally and an important rally for Midorikawa if she wants to stay in this game.
Must have been a tough rally because she didn't have enough energy left at the end to scream.
To do a proper scream, yeah. Both players just taking a little bit of time, understandably.
Yeah, no, it was, in all seriousness, it was a brutal rally. It was a slightly tired error from Gomez at the end.
And that's annoying for Midorikawa because she wanted to back it up with another long rally, I feel. Just tried a bit too much there to try and cross court from the back of the court and left it loose.
She does like to use that bow, doesn't she, the Spanish player. Mixed results.
Yes, the danger is though that your opponent starts to read it.
Exactly, yeah.
Unless it's absolutely perfect, you can be in real trouble. Definitely, I do like the feistiness of this young Japanese player though. She sticks in hard, even though she's 3 points adrift here. She's still fighting hard for the potential of maybe just stealing this third game. That's another point and another screech.
Right.
You okay, Paul?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm ready for it now.
So put your fingers in your ears, but you can't. You've got a pair of cans on.
Oh,
wow.
Like
she definitely has been watching the number one play with Watanabe with the shots like that.
It's an absolute beauty. She's got a habit of finishing the games really aggressively, hasn't she? Think about situations.
Oh, that's good depth though. Really, really important shot. She takes her time here, Gomez, quite rightly.
Oh, great shot. Really opened up that space in the back of the court, and she launches it down that backhand side wall.
I mean, you see a lot of good players mess up that kind of shot, don't you? But she's got exactly the right line there that she needed. Crucial points here. Is she going to get that? Just the right shot.
Oh, can you believe it? It was there on the plate for her.
2 upright again. Didn't get her feet in order.
10-all.
It's a total parity. Going to the tie-break here in this third. Absolutely crucial. This tie between Spain and Japan.
I feel like every game we've seen, first, second and third game now, Midorikawa has stepped on the gas at the business end.
Oh, what a shot. You know what, Paul, in a way I don't think it really matters who wins this third, because it's going to 5 this match.
Is it?
I think so.
Well, could have a good shout there.
Could be. Probably not. Wow. A little bit fortunate there, because slightly the wrong shot, wasn't it? But it had just enough on it to get past Gomez. Just got to be careful with those serves. That's a lovely finish. That is brilliant.
She just doesn't hold back though, does she? When she's game ball down, it didn't stop her from firing in. Exactly the same as the previous game.
She's a bit like the Spanish Tesney Evans, isn't she? Gomez.
Backs herself.
Backs herself. She's got a lot of skill. She gets involved with the teammates.
13-12. Game ball.
A bit heavy, that drop shot from the Japanese player. He's got a chance here.
Wasn't it?
It wasn't the best drop shot, Paul, was it? But it was an early ask, and I don't think she made enough effort there. Gomez. That boast again. Trusty boast.
Losing a little bit of track here, Parky. This is the first game ball for Gomez, is that right?
Game ball.
In this
is it the second? That's a bit of a high boast. Oh, it's a miss hit.
Very fortunate there. She'll take it.
Complete miss hit there from Midorikawa.
14-all.
No one wants it, Paul.
Tapping a racket on the floor there, trying to accelerate.
It wasn't giving her any extra speed, was it? Unfortunately.
Game ball.
It's been a monumental third game.
It's gone extra wide. Yeah, she won't get anything from that, and that is very, very loud again from Midorikawa.
16-14
It was.
Japan leads 2
Putting Hamami to shame.
Wow, what a match we've got on our hands here. Look at that, 13 minutes. Makes the previous game look quite straightforward. 16-14 to Akari Midorikawa, and she leads by 2 games to 1.
Play will resume in 16 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. On call, please. Time. Japan leads 2 games to 1. Japan to serve. Level. Head out. 1 left.
Gomez is out of the blocks quickly once again. She's done this in all of the games so far.
Head out. 1, 2. Head out. 3, 1.
See what I mean, Paul?
Head out.
Potentially 5-setter.
Oh, yeah.
Although Midorikawa just played that wicked boast on the return of serve. But she can be a little bit inconsistent.
4, 2.
This fourth game.
Oh wow.
6-2.
Seems like even though Gomez is playing really well, the sort of the life has gone out of this match. I think it was a big high, wasn't it, for Midorikawa in that last game. Seems to have gone just a little bit flat in this fourth.
Yeah, as we know, talk about it all the time on SquashTV, this white squash ball will start to die off around about this time.
Didn't have enough energy in it for that boast, did it?
No. And Gomez is probably, you know, when we see her sort of whipping those boasts in and stuff, I feel like potentially a softer ball could sort of benefit the Spaniard more than the Japanese player.
Well, we just need to see if Midorikawa wakes up a little bit in this fourth game. Oh, it's tight. Looks tight. It's a great squeeze there from the young Japanese player.
4-7.
Now she's just taking her time before the serve, just trying to gain a bit of momentum in this fourth. Just, I don't know if she's doing that. It looks almost like she's doing that on purpose, just catching the side wall.
5-7.
It's not normally what you want to do, is it, when you're playing those straight drops?
No,
but
absolutely not.
It was advantageous there for Midorikawa. That's a lovely return. Volley lob, volley backhand cross court lob return winner. It's not often we see that. I was going to say she's quick, Midorikawa, but she won't get that back. Just, that's what Gomez has to do. She used a little bit of delay, a bit of hold in the swing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's irrelevant how quick you are if you're stopping and starting.
True.
I reckon you could be right, Parky.
You're calling it now at
could be going into a fifth here. I did believe you all along, by the way.
Yeah, there you go.
We could go into a fifth.
It's
We are
happened.
going into a fifth. Looking forward to seeing the duration of that game. I reckon it was pretty quick.
4 minutes.
It was actually 4 minutes. just must have just tipped over to 5 minutes. It was 4 minutes by the time they're walking off the court. 11-5 to Cristina Gomez. We are heading into a fifth and final game.
Told you.
Play with Leung, 60 seconds. Play with Leung, 30 seconds. Seconds. Nine. 2 minutes all. Spin to serve. Double.
So as predicted, Paul, we're in a fifth game decider between these two in Spain and Japan.
We've got to get him before you do, Parky. Who's going to win?
Can we get to
a match ball?
Can we get to someone to two? Let's have a look at. Give me 3 rallies, and then I'll give you your answer. Give me 3 rallies. That was close to being out. She's going to call it. She definitely called it. Another loud screech there. But she certainly started this fifth with a bit more energy than she did in the fourth. Midorikawa. Okay, so that's 2 rallies. 1 more rally.
Got 1 more.
Wowzers. I'm going to go with Midorikawa.
Oh, yeah, based on that.
Just based on that, but I mean, it's going to be tight, isn't it? These two having a great match here. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. Probably a little bit more than the people in each corner for these two.
Yeah, it's really very stressful.
Especially the coaches. Yeah, you've been in that that coach's position.
Yeah, and that's why I don't have much hair left on my head. She's really dragging her out with that movement.
Yeah, she shouldn't. That was the wrong shot as well. Gomez was still in the front half of the court. It should have been something long.
Exactly.
A straight one.
Just a little nudge down the wall, get it fading away into the back wall, but easier said than done, I guess, under the circumstances. So just to recap, if Midorikawa finds a way here, Japan are going through to the last 16. Spain will be in the dreaded position of battling out for places 17 to 23.
Oh, that was ambitious, wasn't it? It was a good shot from. It was an okay lob from Midorikawa, but Gomez very ambitious to try that drop shot from high up.
But that was awkward. It was very close to her body, that, wasn't it? Just really almost swing from her elbow there.
It was, and I feel in those sort of positions, if you really haven't got time to get organised with your feet, you've got to defend. Haven't you?
Yes,
got
absolutely.
to defend.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, she was composed on that one.
Nice technique there, just leaving it in the front. Yeah. Nice and simple. That's good length, good squeeze.
I think it's a good screech.
6-3.
A good screech as well.
Now then, for the first time in the match, we've seen Midorikawa run away to a quick lead. Actually, she maybe did in the first, come out to a quick lead.
Yeah, but it's been a while. You're right. She's really pumped up for this fifth. It's been the perfect start.
Great length as well. Wow, she saved the best squash to the last here. Getting closer to that finishing line. Gomez is looking a little bit flat.
I think if you bumped into Midorikawa in the corridor, you wouldn't expect her to be this feisty. Looks younger than her years, but she's really doing it today in this match. Look at that. Fantastic width. Just no answer really for Gomez. Just trying to collect herself.
Well, she needs to find something, find it right now, because look at that. She's absolutely on fire. Midorikawa has raced through this fifth game.
7 match balls. She saw the
trying to calm herself down.
The glory a bit too early there.
Yeah, no panic just yet. Still 6 to go.
Yeah, she is panicking a little bit. But that's the thing we were talking about. She's able to have a look at her teammates, her coach. For some people, for me, like I say, that was a good thing. Oh, she's done it.
Very casual. It was careless. Last shot from Gomez. Again, the ball came close to her, but what a performance there by the young Japanese player.
Wowzers. Yeah, watch out for that one.
Played an absolute blinder there in that fifth. Ran away with it again, just 7 minutes. So Akari Midorikawa wins the tie and has sent Japan through to the last 16 here in Hong Kong. She takes the match 11-6, 11-13, 16-14, 5-11, 11-5.
and 30 seconds.
So we're into the last match here. Parky is a dead rubber. Well, it's actually not a dead rubber, is it? Because there's no such thing as a dead rubber. But the match has been decided.
It has. This one, in the group stages, as we said, it does have to take place. No dead rubbers.
Nishio of Japan to serve, Romero of Spain to receive. Best of 5 games. Double.
Well, as you know, Parky, I do quite a lot of research as part of this job into players.
Do you?
Yeah. And I've found out that this Spanish player has previously had some coaching from you.
Where'd you get that information from?
I think maybe you told me about 20 minutes ago.
It's a good memory. It's very impressive, that, Paul. That's why we keep having you back, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
So what can you tell us about Gomez?
Well, they've got the wrong name up for a start. It's no
I was going to
Romero.
say, that's the last match. So what you can tell us is that she's not called Gomez.
It's not Christina Gomez, because she played in the first match, and she hasn't been for coaching with me.
Here we go.
There she is. Yeah, no Romero. She came over with her brother to Leeds when I was based at Chop Hart a few years ago. So I'm guessing it was around 7 or 8 years ago. And I was very impressed with her actually then. I believe she's been at college in the States. Not exactly sure which college, but yeah, she was a good young player then, one of the top juniors in Spain. And good week with her and her brother. Remember that shot? She's pretty good at that backhand drop shot. Used to like that one. I'm sure she'll be disappointed though, won't she?
Yeah, she'd have been hoping that she could go out there and get the job done for a team.
3-2.
That's one of the going back to your earlier questions. Actually, is picking yourself up after the team events, I guess, because it's not something you have to go through as an individual.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're either through to the next round or you're packing your bags and going home, aren't you?
3-4.
But she still has a chance to play well here, which is all she can do really. Put in a good performance and sneak one rubber from.
Well, in theory, Spain can still make the top 16, can't they? Just have to beat Egypt.
Yeah. So you're telling me there's a chance?
You know, Joey Barrington's been ribbing me about the fact that I've never seen. He always wants to talk about movies.
Dumb and Dumber. You've never seen it?
No,
oh,
no, I have seen it. Oh. There's only 2 films I've seen. Dumb and Dumber's one of them.
And what's the other one?
Happy Gilmore.
Not a bad place to start with those two, but
so
it's a bit surprising
it's
at your
uncanny
age.
That you've just dropped in a line out of a movie and I knew exactly what you were talking about.
Because it never happens with Joey. No. Yeah, his is usually X-Men or something.
Where it comes all the time. Spends a fair amount of time on planes, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true. Well, she's only 16 here on Nishio. That's why she's got the goggles on.
Well, what an experience for her to be a part of this event.
5-3.
Talking with Chris Gordon earlier about how these team events are so unique in the fact that you've got Nishio, who's 16 years of age. You know, she's competing in the same event as Nour El Shabini. You know, it's
it's phenomenal.
It's phenomenal. Soak up all the experiences.
well, I was lucky enough to make my debut for England in this tournament when I was 17 in 1989 in this part of the world as well. It was in Singapore. And the thrill for me was being part of the same tournament as both Khans, Yannik Khan, Jan Khan, who was here last week, and all of the great Aussie players, Ditmar, Roddy Martin. And I played in an England team with obviously guys who were a lot older than me, who I've been looking up to for a few years.
Who was in that team?
Del Harris, Brian Beeson, and Jason McCall. Peter Marshall, probably. Well, I know for a fact they were planning on picking him as well, but he was very young also. But he got ill, so he didn't go. There's a lot of very, very good English players though that got their noses put out of joint because they felt like they should have been selected. Paul Carter, Paul Gregory, Mark Cairns.
Well, that's the other thing that I was talking about with Gordo. I was recounting a story from Paderborn, which was the first world teams that I took the New Zealand team away, and it was Paul Cole that had been given the opportunity ahead of a slightly older, potentially, well, definitely higher ranked player.
What was his name?
Paul Cole.
No, who was the guy that he went ahead of?
Kashif.
Ah, yeah.
Kashif Shuja.
And that caused controversy at the time.
Massive, yeah.
Yeah.
Luckily for me, I'd actually not started my role at that time, but it was a lot of people had a lot to say about it.
I think I remember hearing about that, actually, at the time.
It turned out to be a decent decision.
Makes you say that.
Romero just got a nose in front. Been a competitive opening game here.
Just took the wrong line there, didn't she? Just stepped in front of her opponent. The ball was travelling back. Couldn't quite retrieve. She does look a little bit forlorn here, doesn't she, Romero? That's clever shot.
10-9, game ball.
She's got to try and stay positive here, Romero. Like I say, her team has lost, and she's got to find a way to just keep playing her game. It's tricky though, this youngster.
Yeah, that's good. Good stuff.
Very, very solid for 16-year-old.
Nishio really
And resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. And leads. One game to love. Bubble. Head out. One love. Head out. 2, 1.
It's a good solid start here from Romero in this second. She needed a bit of positivity really going into this second game. I guess all of her teammates, I mean, it's up to the manager and the coach, isn't it? You've been in this position to just get everyone, G everyone up and stay positive for Romero. Yeah, it must be quite hard to do when you've lost the match, and you know, you're in a predicament like you say where you've got to beat Egypt to get through.
Yeah, I think for the Spaniards that have come into this match thinking, well, we're unlikely to win at number 1. Number 2 is a close call, and number 3 potentially
close.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. She maybe expected to win.
They would have known they were looking for wins at 2 and 3.
Number 2 was the crucial one, wasn't it?
Yeah. But you know, it's. I don't think it was a match they were expected to win. When I look at the list of pools, Japan's name features higher in that.
Yes, they were. Yeah, we just had a little look earlier. They're slightly higher in the seedings.
But really difficult to seed this low in the event because we've got players who are not necessarily on the world rankings as well. So it becomes really tricky to make a good call.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. When you look higher up, it's a lot easier to sort of create an average ranking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Throughout the squad, and then come up with the seeding.
Yeah, and then you get scenarios, not that this is the case here, but scenarios where you'll get a player who's retired from the PSA tour, but they're still representing the country. I think Rosner's playing here.
Yeah, Rosner's playing.
Who's still ridiculously strong, but doesn't have a world ranking.
Yeah, it's almost irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can kind of throw them in. You could throw him in sort of top 50, couldn't you, if he put in a month's training?
Yeah. Yeah, easily.
9-1.
Yeah, I remember examples of that over the years where I think David Palmer continued to play for Australia. Leung, who was still playing for France.
Jonathan Power, I think. I remember him beating Alan Klein in 5 at a World Teams. And he'd already retired at Power. I think he said his arm and his wrist were getting tired because he was flicking him around that much around the court.
8 game balls here for Romero. second game.
Yeah, it's been much, much better. Positive performance in this second from Romero.
It took 5 minutes to get the job done, ran away with it from start to finish. 11-2. Noah Romero pulls level at 1 game all.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. One game all. Spain third. Level. One level.
So, Paki, you better just tell us now, is this going to 5?
No, I don't get the feeling with this one.
Don't you?
No. I think it's going to be a 4-gamer. Shots like that is not too useful for the Spaniard. That's not so good either, is it, Paul? What do you think, Paul? Can you pick a winner firstly, and by what scoreline?
I feel like Romero is going to win this in 4.
Just a little bit more.
I think she let Nishio off the hook in the first game, and then blew her away in the second, didn't she? Bit of a wake-up call for her.
Yeah, seemed to get the tactics sort of back on track in the second. Maybe just, like I say, a bit of a hangover from the fact that Spain had actually lost the match that first game.
Yeah, she's just got to get out there and put that out of her mind, enjoy the experience, playing on a glass court. You know, these players have possibly never played a match on the glass.
And being on SquashTV, I'm not sure if she's been on SquashTV before.
Yes, it's a good experience. It's not something that's going to happen every week. What percentage of your matches when you were at the height of your career? What percentage of your matches were played on glass, would you say? You don't have to be exact.
Ooh. I mean, I had quite a long career actually. Not all of those 18 years were really successful, but I'd say a good percentage, over 50.
Right.
Obviously, in the early days, not quite as much, but it gradually grew.
But would it be fair of me to say that in the age there's a lot more glass courts around the place?
It would be very, very fair of you.
I mean, just here in Hong Kong over the last week and this, there's actually 4 different glass courts being used. They're all totally different as well.
It's just an embarrassment of riches, really.
Yeah.
An abundance of glass courts. Yeah, and going back to what you're saying, you asked that question, but I was thinking about a lot of the matches that I've played that weren't on TV at all.
Yeah.
You know, that have just been lost. So this generation and for the last 20 years have been pretty lucky, really, to have most matches recorded in a decent size event like this, or reasonable size to large PSA events.
Oh,
absolute roller. Do drop in.
Just while we're on the subject of courts, Parky, do you know where this court's from?
I do not.
This is the old US Open court.
Ah.
That used to be at Decraft. I think I might have seen that.
Seems to be playing pretty well. Players don't seem to have any problem with it. It looks like it's playing true.
It's not the end of the story.
Oh, carry on.
Do
carry on.
Would have been a little bit boring.
Well,
it's now
I've come to expect that.
It's now owned by Squash New Zealand.
Is the story going to improve?
Yeah. It then went to Australia for the Australian Open. Got half built and then taken down again because the weather was bad. And then it made its way here.
I don't think it got any better, that story.
Oh, come on. It was a belter.
If that's what I've got to put up with this week, then can someone put me on the next flight?
You wait until we get to the next court. I've got stories about that one as well. Yeah, it's good width. Got the line, always running away from Nishio.
You're very good friends with Lee Beachell, aren't you? Tried to think what he would have said about that story.
Well, I think I could imagine. What a finish there from Romero. Owns the third game. So 7 minutes that time. Now Romero has taken complete control of the match after losing the first. After 23 minutes, she's now leading by 2 games to 1.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. 15 seconds. Spain leads 2-1. Spain to serve.
Lovely stuff from Romero.
Yeah, definitely. She definitely likes the ball on the backhand side.
Yeah, she likes to get on that short line as well, doesn't she?
Yeah. There again, that drop shot.
She's obviously had some good coaching over the years. Next one on this court is England against Canada for the women's clash.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting match, I feel. Still England are favourites, but obviously without Gina Kennedy.
Yes, a real shame. Real shame for England. Losing the number one is brutal. We had it one year. It was actually during the event Cameron Grayson pulled his adductor. So it just completely...
During the event, had he already played a few matches?
Yeah. I think, funnily enough, just been talking about him, it was on Simon Rosner, I think. It was against Rosner. But it just completely cuts your legs off, really, doesn't it? Because everybody slides up a position. No longer get a chance to rest somebody. But having said that, England have brought Lucy Decraft across, so they've still got four players in the team. But
a very strong player as well,
yeah.
Lucy.
Very strong player, but she might be suffering from a bit of jet lag as well, because she played the Hong Kong Open, flew back to New York.
Oh my word! And then came back again.
Gina had a scan and found out she couldn't play. She got back on a plane and came back again.
Wow. Well, it's great commitment from Decraft. Is it her debut? She's played for England Women's before. Get our research team on that. Definitely, obviously played for England in the juniors, but
yeah.
I don't think in the seniors.
Potentially not. She's running away in this fourth game as well, Romero. Pepper in the corners. Oh, that's back corners.
Stayed in somehow. It's good chasing from Romero here. Oh, not far off. Not sure she wants to do that much running, but it was good commitment from her. Yeah, tight ball.
4-9.
Yeah, just didn't clear the ball there, Nishio. Had to be a stroke, and it gives Romero 6 match balls to salvage one win for the Spaniards.
Well, it's definitely important, isn't it, Paul, just to sort of save the blushes. Spain, just a little bit of positivity. Yeah, it's a nice finish.
3 games to 1, 9-11, 11-2, 11-3, 11-4.
And there it is, 31 minutes of action. Noah Romero takes the number 3 string match, 9-11, 11-2, 11-3, 11-4. It's Japan that win the tie by 2 rubbers to 1.
on the bench.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this, the second to last match on our splendid centre court here between England, who are the home team, and Canada. And first of all, I'd like you to put your hands together to welcome the England team of Sarah Jane Perry, Jasmine Hutton, and Lucy Turner. And their opponents today, the Canadian players, Holly Norton, Nicole Bunyan, and Nikki Todd. Welcome, Canada. Just before I hand over to our referee for this match, Nikki McNaught, can I remind you, please, to turn off your mobile phones or to put them on silent? And please can I ask you not to move about while the rallies are in progress. Obviously between rallies, if you're swift, you can then move, but please, while the games are being played, please don't move about, obviously with class rules. Thanks very much indeed, and please enjoy the match. Over to you, Nick.
Oh, that's it. I'm on your Christmas tree.
It's 5:30 p.m. here in Hong Kong, which means it's time for the next match to kick off. England taking on Canada in the women's event. Here's the lineup. Could be a belter this. Sarah Jane Perry, the number 1 string, taking on Holly Norton. The 2 string, the lefty Jasmine Hutton, takes on SquashTV commentator and professional player Nicole Bunyan. And then number 3 string, Lucy Beecroft, the late replacement for Gina Kennedy, is up against Nikki Todd. That's number 3 string. So some juicy encounters up there. And Paul Hornsby and Chris Gordon is going to join me throughout this match, Chris, to give us some insight and analysis of the action.
Yeah, good afternoon, Paul.
So this is probably the higher profile of the matches that we've seen on the court today. Sarah Jane Perry and Holly Norton, both regular features in the major events on the PSA tour.
Yeah, I know
friends, I think these two as well off the court.
Yeah, this certainly is getting close to a heavyweight encounter, Paul.
Yeah.
And a lot of how this match pans out has to do with this number 1 string encounter. Holly Norton of Canada, she's the lower ranked player at 28 in the world. Sarah Jane Perry, a few spots ahead of her at 22. If Sarah Jane Perry at 21. If Holly Norton finds a way to take this first encounter, puts tremendous amounts of pressure on Team England and starts to make things pretty spicy.
Absolutely.
Half time.
It's one of those where all of these English women are ranked slightly ahead of their Canadian counterparts. But if Canada is able to take first blood here, it just puts England on the back foot, and all of a sudden, to some degree potentially nullifies that ranking advantage that the English women hold.
Completely, Chris, yeah. It's, team events are completely different to, playing in a PSA event where you're just playing for yourself and once your job's done, it's all over. It really does have a history of bringing the best out of people, the team scenario, and on the flip side, some people just struggle to get up for it, or they find that the nerves or the pressure of being involved in a team actually have a negative effect on them. So it can be a little bit of a leveller, and as you just said, the Canadians have got nothing to lose here. It's a free shot at England, and it's not impossible to imagine them really getting stuck in.
Yeah, no, it certainly is a free shot, and it's a bit of an England team in somewhat flux, shall we say, with that injury to Regina Kennedy, and having to have a last-minute call-up of Lucy Beecroft, who'd actually just flown back to the U.S. from the Hong Kong Open, getting her straight back on the plane to Hong Kong. So certainly worked out from an air miles point of view for Lucy Beecroft.
Yeah. She'll be in gold now.
Yeah, you'd hope she'd be getting some access to the premium lounges after this trip.
Yes.
Time.
That all sounds very pleasant on that. I'm sure underneath it all, they're both well aware of what's at stake here and the importance of this match.
Well, it's also a first team event for the New England national coach, Stuart Crawford, former Scotland international, coming out of the University of Pennsylvania, where he was the assistant coach there for several years.
Well, both these ladies played in the Hong Kong Open last week. Both made it through to the second round. Sarah Jane Perry beat Rachel Arnold. That's a decent result. Rachel Arnold's been on form. You probably would expect Sarah Jane Perry to win that match. She went down to a very impressive Olivia Weaver. She was really strong in that tournament until she had to withdraw injured in the semi-final disaster. So yes, that gives us a little bit of an insight as to the current form of Sarah Jane Perry. And then Holly Norton beat Noor Abel-Makari and went down to Tina Hillis.
Sarah Jane Perry of England to serve, Holly Norton of Canada to receive. Best of 5 games. Love all.
Well, it's also one of those, Paul, with the timing of this event coming right at the very end of the first half of this PSA calendar, and it's been a pretty heavy calendar for these top players. It's one of those where you potentially could see little wonky results based on how players have backed up and how much squash they've played in the first half of the season.
Yeah, it's definitely a case now on the World Tour where you can afford to be quite selective over which tournaments you play because there's so many options.
Hand out, 1-all.
It's been a really busy period of time in this part of the world. It was China Open, followed by Malaysia, followed by Singapore, followed by Hong Kong. I don't think there's anyone who's played all of those events.
Yeah, really fantastic swing of the tour, though, and it's pretty heavy travel considering right before that China Open was the US Open in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really like you could sort of come out here to Asia just and ease your way into it. A lot of these players firing straight in on the back of that platinum event in the US.
Yes, Lee. all. Hand out. 3-2. Hand out. 3-all. His leg. 3-all. Hand out. 4-3. Down. Hand out. 4-5. Loaded. 6. Hand out. 6-4.
A good start to the match. Lefty.
Yeah, it's been a great start for Canada's Holly Norton, Paul.
Hand
It's
out.
one of those, if
5-6.
she's able to push on here in the first game, start growing in confidence, she could make things really uncomfortable for Sarah Jane Perry.
Slightly fortunate. Very
6-all.
apologises instantly.
She did a good job there, Sarah Jane Perry, of just withstanding the onslaught from Norton.
You see that Holly? It's got that ankle strap on. She actually
Out.
rolled her ankle. She was playing against
7-6.
Naylor Cole, I believe. It was Naylor Cole in Singapore. She rolled her ankle there. You know what? She was playing really well. It's typical stroke. So it's good that she managed to recover from that. Get back out there in the Hong Kong Open.
It certainly wasn't too long ago, that, just probably a little over 2 weeks ago.
Hand out. 7-all.
Just see the reflection there, the England bench. Nick Matthews, the second coach for the England team.
7-all.
Not bad guy to have on your bench, is it? Plenty of experience there.
Yeah, former three-time world champion. Certainly enjoyed the team event, Nick Matthew. I think he'd be pretty good in between games as well. Be a pretty good motivator in terms of just getting players up for playing for the St. George's flag.
Well, it's a perfect length into the back right there from Norton. The business end of this opening game. It'd be a great time to find a few more of those, and that's the worst possible outcome for Sarah Jane Perry. Kept in the front wall, Nick.
You sleep.
Ooh. I think I'm going to have to agree with Norton there. She absolutely slotted that ball into the back left corner. Perry was late to react. Well to get a let out of that, I think, Sarah Jane Perry.
It's a clever little angle there from Sarah Jane Perry.
It's a bit of a signature shot. It's a beauty.
It's a really cute angle. Just getting it in there really quickly. Just get the feeling, though, Sarah Jane Perry's been playing catch-up for much of this first game. Holly Norton's been a bit more positive than the English woman in terms of her hitting, especially on that right-hand side wall.
Perry just blows the cheeks out there. That was a pretty careless miscue from her. It's 2 game balls to Norton. She's thundered another one into the 10. It was a little bit scrappy there for the Englishwoman. Norton looking good though, not missed much there, has she, in that first game? 9 minutes. It's the Canadian who takes the first game, 11-8.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds.
Well, I must say, Paul, I do think this start to the second game is really crucial for England. Sarah Jane Perry, Norton, as you said, didn't really miss in that first game. She looked pretty accurate, especially going in along her backhand side wall, that right-hand side. Just feel like Perry needs to find a way to get some early pressure on the Canadian.
Yeah, I feel like Norton's a bit of a momentum player. She gets a bit between her teeth. She's feeling good about her attacking game. She can reel off points really quite clinically and quickly. Well, this tends to come from the short line as well, so Perry will need to be trying to take that area of the court away from her.
This is exactly the start Sarah-Jane Perry was looking for. Just put 3 points up on the board in quick succession.
Oh, yeah.
And there's another one. Catching Holly Norton completely flat-footed.
I know what Sarah-Jane Perry is capable of. She's a bit of a magician with that racket at times. When it's going in, she can actually be close to unplayable. She's not panicked, has she, being 1-love down?
No, she certainly hasn't. And she certainly found her range. That volley drop was inch perfect, fading into the side wall.
Stroke to England. 6-love.
So Norton looking a little bit agitated by how this second game's unfolding. It's not going to do anything to help her. Looking out and gesturing to a team.
Well, the second game has gotten away from Holly Norton very quickly. It's a bit of a miscue there from Perry, but Perry, you can see, really pushing up the tee, trying to take the pace to the Canadian.
A lot of errors from Norton in this second game. That's a well struck volley though on that forehand wall.
2-8.
It's one of those situations where she's just got to focus on trying to come off the court feeling like she's put a few decent rallies together here. Holly Norton. She's got the point there, but I wouldn't have described it as a decent rally.
Yeah, there hasn't been a tremendous amount of rhythm in this game so far. It's down to just how quickly out of the blocks Sarah-Jane Perry came out.
9-3. And out. 4-9. Hand out. 4.
Very casually slides the ball across the court there, over the diagonal, out of reach of Norton. She's got 6 game balls. Draw level, it's been one-sided. The second game. So whatever Nick Matthew said to Sarah-Jane Perry after that first game has had the desired effect.
Hand out. 5-10. Game ball.
It's not just that Sarah-Jane Perry is in commanding position the second game, it's how she's gotten herself into that position. It's totally switched the momentum of this match.
Well, there it is. Just 6 minutes. The response from Sarah-Jane Perry was ruthless and clinical. She takes the game 11-5, and we're locked in at 1 game all.
will resume in 60 seconds. One game more. England to serve. Double. Out. And out. One love.
I don't know, it amused me, the body language of Sarah Jane Perry there. Chuckle a little bit. It's not the best word, is it?
Well, she certainly wasn't pleased with the focus levels in that second game, Holly Norton. Just get the feeling she's going to come out here with a renewed intensity, try and take things to Sarah Jane Perry.
2 love.
Likes it on the strings in that area of the court.
It's a pretty aggressive movement there from Norton, really stepping forward, taking that ball early.
Yeah, she actually played it nicely. Nothing wrong with the technique, she just aimed it too low. Yeah, nice.
And out.
Perry at the end of the rally, didn't she? Finishes with a nice little snappy cross-court forehand.
4-1.
Well, another momentum swing here at the start of the third game.
Stroke to England. And out. 2-4.
I get the feeling that it was a pretty big decision for Sarah Jane Perry because it just keeps her in touch with Holly Norton. Norton just was looking like she was starting to really get off to a very positive start.
Oh, that's nicely done. Very honest, Sarah Jane Perry.
And out.
Very honest.
5-2.
Wicked kill as well from Holly Norton. That's the shot she was looking for earlier, but that was much tougher that time. She was kind of flying through the air on that one.
And you can really see what the tactic is for Holly Norton. She's trying to push up the court. She's trying to take the pace to Sarah Jane Perry and really hunt the ball along that right side of the court.
And out. 3-6.
Long rally. This is the match, I'd say. Oh, scrape it off the wall, could she? Well, she could scrape it off the wall, but not with any form of control or accuracy. So Perry right back in this third game. Oh, that was an awkward one. Quite catch what she said there. Oh. Banged past her.
How was that? That interfered.
Yeah, you accepted the interference.
Well, I didn't. I stopped right away.
My decision is no you.
I think Holly Norton's point is that her watch fell off because of contact with Sarah Jane Perry. It wasn't really the actual interference. She wasn't particularly asking for a let.
A bit of a different scenario there. You see that every day, do you? So, referee deemed it as a no let.
She's ever so slightly coming off the boil here, Holly Norton.
Yeah, well, she's surrendered quite a chunky lead there. She's still in this. It'd be crazy for her to lose her composure.
7-all.
Almost one of those, Paul, where Holly Norton's trying to play with so much pace. Just as the edges come off her physically, she's going a little bit headless.
Ball was good. 8-7, F-box.
Well, she's certainly pumped up.
She is, Chris. Had a fair amount of screaming on that court today. And I think that it probably just gives you that little bit of extra emotional outlet when you know that there's 3 teammates and your coaches sat on the bench willing you along, so that the scream is often not directed at the player themselves. It's often turned around and directed towards the bench. Did you used to enjoy playing team stuff?
Yeah, I always loved a good team encounter. And you can imagine playing for the U.S. We'd have a lot of Pan American Championships, and there'd be some pretty spicy encounters down in South America.
Yeah.
Could be a little bit more of a football-esque feel.
Yes. The decision is yes, Lee. Ms. Perry, you need to give your opponent access to the ball.
Well, it's starting to get a little bit bitty here, Paul. Just not quite getting the clean lines to the ball that we're generally looking for.
You need to give your opponent access. You need to stop into the left room. Left box, 8-9.
I do feel like this is on a knife edge.
It certainly is. Referee keeping all composed there. Nicking the ball from New Zealand. Did I tell you that this court's from New Zealand?
Yes, you did earlier in the day.
Told Parky the story. He nearly fell asleep.
Well, to be fair to Parky, though, he is exceedingly jet-lagged.
I didn't see anything wrong with it, Chris, did you?
Yeah, I think from this angle, it seemed to look okay. It's a bit unfortunate we don't have a review, because it would be lovely to see that in hyper slow motion. She's found a way to make Holly Norton really take the long way around there, Sarah Jane Perry.
Well, the tension's high on the court. And then ball remaining now for Holly Norton. Oh, shot for Perry.
She needs to be a little careful here, Holly Norton, that she keeps the accuracy up.
Well, there she's done it, look. Fist comes up. Perry acknowledging the quality of that boast straight away. Looks like we're getting a new ball as well, Chris. I'll have that other one. He's going free. Well, Sarah Jane Perry obviously wants to make her feelings known to the referee there as she's coming off the court. 10 minutes. It's a tense affair, that third game. Holly Norton held strong at the very end of the game to take it 11-9, and she now leads by 2 games to 1.
They will resume in 30 seconds. Time to warm up the new rules. 2 games to 1. Canada to serve. Level.
Did you clock who it was that asked for the ball?
It was Holly Norton. She was gesticulating at the referee as he was walking off court, wanting to get that new ball as soon as possible. You get the feeling she's probably feeling like the sort of all the steam came out of that game as it went on because the ball was dying down, and Sarah-Jane Perry just able to be more accurate into the front corners. Obviously, trying to up the pace, trying to play quicker, take time away from the English woman.
Right.
And out. 1-all.
Again, this is the double-edged sword for Holly Norton. She needs to play quickly and make things happen fast, make things hard physically on Sarah-Jane Perry, but she also needs to be accurate. She can't be giving those strokes away in the middle of the court.
And out. 2-all.
Dropped in that, I think.
I saw the ball good.
I felt like that just dropped in.
4-2. Yes.
Once we get out to the main show court outdoors, video reviews.
Well, I must say, Paul, we do have a very interesting occurrence on one of the backcourts in the Scotland-USA women's match.
Oh. So,
in the #1 rubber, Georgina Adderley leads the USA's Amanda Sobey 2-0.
Chris, honestly, I'm not 100% surprised by that because she's been playing very well. Obviously, it's good effort. Amanda Sobey's obviously back to playing at a very, very high level again. But Georgia Adderley, eh?
Well, it's been tight so far. 14-12, 12-10.
Can't get much closer than that.
Yeah, and then just in the early stages of the third game.
6-2, right box.
That definitely has potential to make things very interesting. I believe that is on one of the courts that does get streaming in the back.
3-6.
On court 6 for any of the viewers who are looking for more options, want to get a few screens up to watch a few matches at the same time.
4-6.
Gone for a quick win around the back of the court there, Holly Norton. Come at a bad time. It's 3-point. Bit of daylight opens up on the scoreboard. It's working to close this game out. 4th to 5th.
Yeah, well, it's been a great response from Sarah Jane Perry. Really adapting well to this new ball.
That's another good boast from Norton. She's used that shot nicely throughout the match. Really dominating that short line on the her forehand side, the left side of the court.
Well, with that response from Norton, Paul, things are starting to really heat up here. And that's, again, another issue with the accuracy for Norton. She goes through these patches where she's playing really well, but just has gifted strokes back to Sarah Jane Perry. Yeah, I must say I really do like that angle that Norton gets on that volley into the front corner on that backhand side. The movement is just so positive, that 45-degree angle going in forward with the leading leg.
It's a big point.
Yeah, it's a huge point, huge implications here, Paul.
Oh, she's nailed that volley down the forehand. What's it going to be, Chris?
I'm on the edge of my seat here. Oh, and that was a very heavy drop. She's had a bit of a shocker there, Sarah Jane Perry.
No legs.
Yeah, I did not see that one coming.
I thought it could have been a stroke.
I was going to say it's a bit of a shame there because Holly Norton played a fantastic point and it looked like she potentially given a stroke away, but no let given.
Just to add to the tension, we've got the court maintenance coming on.
I think this was a clever move by Sarah Jane Perry requesting maintenance.
Yeah, just to give herself a second just to regroup, but look at the body language of Holly Norton. She's got a real spring in her step now. Just had confirmation that Georgia Adderley has got the job done against Amanda Sobey. 11-3 in the third game.
Fantastic scalp there for the Scotswoman.
Confidence the world of good, but let's just get back to what's happening here, because Holly Norton all of a sudden holds a 1-point lead. She's trailed for the whole of this fourth game. Sarah Jane Perry, as cool as a cucumber, just rolls the ball around the angles. No margin for error. Back at 9-all. Fist pump from Perry this time. Awesome response from the English woman. And she forced the fifth game.
Yeah, she's really going for the jugular here, Norton.
Oh, what a shot! What a shot from Perry to get the job done.
will resume in 30 seconds.
Who's going to win this, Chris?
I'm going to go with Sarah Jane Perry. I just feel like she's weathered the momentum swings from Holly Norton. She's weathered all the pace. Somehow Holly Norton is able to find another gear here in the fifth game. Sarah Jane Perry will just barely find a way to absorb the pressure of the Canadian. Well, it's clever use of height there from Holly Norton. Just changing the angles on Sarah Jane Perry.
High on that backhand volley there from Norton.
Yeah, I must say Norton's been really good along that right side wall.
Please, no comments until I make my decision. Yes, Ed.
I don't know why she didn't hit the ball there, Chris.
Can I just say one thing there? If I had swung, I'd have taken both legs and it would have been a stroke. So do you want me to swing next time?
I've given you a decision. They are his. Yes, Ed. 2-1.
We're not going to get to see it again, Chris, but my feeling there was that Perry had hit a massive drop shot onto the front wall. Holly Norton had gone through, had all the time in the world. Should have just hit a winner. Could have hit a winner.
I think it's one of those scenarios where the adrenaline's pumping around.
Yeah, true.
You're not exactly seeing it in very clear 20/20 vision.
3-1.
Holly Norton has got the bit between the teeth here, and no, that was down. That ball hit the tin. It sounded. Hang on, I've got the score on here. The players have not noticed it. It's 5-1. Right, the score needs. No, the score needs sorting out. The referee thought that Perry's shot was a winner. No, we haven't, Sarah Jane Perry. Yeah. Thank goodness it's been recognised and noticed. The players obviously are in the zone because they didn't realise.
Yeah, they won a full point without noticing it. They did well to rewind and reset. the area where Sarah Jane Perry needs a big response.
Straight to England.
Can I get the court white?
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame we can't see a replay of this, Paul, because you just get the feeling that it's been a little bit harsh.
Excuse me.
I asked for the court white.
The floor's good.
It actually needs to go white.
Lay on, please.
We both would like
2,
it.
5.
We both would like it white, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, the guy's stuck in the middle of all this. He's just trying to do his job. Okay, so back to the action. Bit of work to do for Sarah Jane Perry.
Was perfect there from Holly Norton, creating tons of pressure in that front corner. Oh, it's accurate there from Sarah Jane Perry. Just feathering the ball in. Feeling this point really important for Holly Norton to just maintain her advantage.
Yeah, tide's turned here, isn't it?
4, 5.
Perry's on the ascendancy. That's lovely. A little bit of hold at the top of the swing, but Perry's covered.
Yeah, she's doing a good job here, Sarah Jane Perry, of staying in the rally. These are some big movements from the Englishwoman. Oh, she's done well to volley that.
Oh, yes. That is a lovely ball from Holly Norton.
6, 4.
Very composed. Needed that point, Chris, as you pointed out.
The sweat's not going anywhere.
Lay on, please. 6, 4.
Holly Norton wants to get things happening quickly.
She's fired another one off from that forehand side. I'm sure that was the right option there.
Yeah, it was a little bit speculative there, Paul. Tough angle there to flick the ball cross court from. Very subtle there from Sarah Jane Perry. Really opens the racket face up, cutting the ball into the front corner. So she's really staying in touch here, Sarah Jane Perry.
Yeah, you can hear the English bench getting pretty vocal out there as well. Tight. Nice. You can hear Sarah Jane Perry breathing.
Oh, she's really gone for that one, Holly Norton. She's been good in that front corner all evening. Just clips the tin there, though.
Well, this stage of the match predominantly mental. Those players be highly infused on adrenaline.
8, 7.
She's found a way to claw herself back in here, Sarah Jane Perry.
Norton. Yeah, court really opened up there. There's a little exchange into that front left corner. Perry's approaching the finishing line.
Yeah, she's held her composure well in the mid stages when she was really up against the cosh physically from Holly Norton. Reaping the benefits now of just weathering all the attacks of the Canadian.
That's good. That's a great shot from SJ. So steep with that backhand drop, and she really cuts down the back of the ball. She's rewarded with 3 match balls to take this opening tie. It's been a belter. Yeah, great length for that. Just manages to stop herself from launching the racket there, Holly Norton. Thought about doing it again. A frustrated Canadian. Held the lead there in the 5th, but let's take our hats off to Sarah Jane Perry. Very good composure as she manages to close that 55-minute match out. So it's the first rubber to England. Sarah Jane Perry takes the match 8-11, 11-5, 9-11, 11-9, 11-7.
time.
So there's confirmation that England managed to seal the deal in that first tie. Sarah Jane Perry, far from straightforward. 5-game thriller. So now it's the job of Jasmine Hutton against Nicole Bunyan. 2-string. So this is a must-win match for Canada to keep the match alive. Well, Nicole Bunyan cannot say that she's been watching some top quality squash throughout this last week. She's been on commentary duty with myself, Joey and Lisa. I can confirm, Chris, that she's managed to get plenty of hitting in the bank as well, so it's not like she's been distracted by other things, but she's obviously a student of the game. She likes to analyse what's going on out there. There's a rule you're only allowed to hit the ball 3 times to yourself.
Time.
I'll tell you what's funny, Chris, and it's only just occurred to me this, is I feel like I know Nicole pretty well. You know, done a few events with her.
Yeah,
Both,
I would suspect you'd know her reasonably well.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like I've spent a lot of time in her company. You know, analyse matches together and that sort of thing. But do you know what I've never done?
You've never watched her play?
Never seen her play squash. So this is going to be a new experience for me. So hopefully she can bring her A game and impress me.
Well, there you go, Paul. A very exciting moment for yourself.
It's an impressive drop shot she just played there to finish the knock-up.
Well, she certainly has her work cut out for her tonight here against England's Jasmine Hutton, 22 in the PSA World Rankings.
We will start in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I quite like watching Jasmine play. She's got a nice technique about her, quite stylish. She also, you know, when she hits that ball, she hits it with real intent, she real purpose.
Championship 2024 Women's Pool Stage Match. Jasmine Hutton of England reserve, Nicole Bunyan of Canada to receive. There's 5 games. Level. Don't let ball pass. And now to one up.
Already see the tactic from Nicole Bunyan starting to take place against the left-hander Jasmine Hutton. She's trying to get the play onto the backhand of the English woman.
trying to inject pace here, and Jasmine Hutton, everything that's coming off a racket, it's coming off a sharper. It's that aggressive nature that I was talking about.
Yeah, trying to get things happening quickly, trying to be positive with the ball. You can really see Jasmine Hutton trying to inject head speed, trying to get the ball traveling quick.
Yes, left. 2-all. Left.
Yeah, it's a tight ball. Not a lot the goal could do with that.
I think with the pace that Jasmine Hutton is trying to play at here, Nicole Bunyan is going to need to try and find a way to really hit those targets in the back corners. Try and get Jasmine Hutton hitting out from behind her, not out in front, able to take the ball early and speed things up.
Well, that's nicely done. Just made it to the front ball. Didn't quite get the straight ball running through, did she? It's a good rally that from Bunyan. Just that very last shot. Didn't quite get the line right. Shot.
She's got her flat-footed there, Jasmine Hutton. I think it's just down to how quickly she's playing the ball, just taking time away from Nicole Bunyan. It's been a good little spell here from Hutton. She's getting the ball into those back corners very quickly, not letting the ball sit around the middle of the court to allow Bunyan time to set up and hit the ball cleanly.
Yeah, she's been onto it, hasn't she? She's pretty sharp. Go out. Looked out to me, Chris.
Yeah, that looked out to me as well.
8-3.
That's a bit frustrating for Bunyan. Love just rolling on his back wall, Nick.
10-3.
Which means business here. Jasmine's east away on the scoreboard. Certainly the last half dozen rallies she's been playing in fast forward basically.
Head down. 4-10.
Nicely tidied up this time by Nicole Bunyan. She doesn't want to let this game go until she can feel like she's hopefully put a few more points up on the board, but she's not able to. Jasmine Hutton just playing at a slightly different pace and accurate with it. Seven minutes, the opening game. Jasmine Hutton takes it 11-4, leads by 1 game to love.
They will resume in 60 seconds. They will resume in 20 seconds. Iqbal leads 1 game to love. The ball.
Well, it was a great game, Jasmine Hutton there, Paul. That first game, she really took the pace to Canada's Nicole Bunyan. See here, right from the initial exchanges, she's really trying to step up the court and take time away from the Canadian. Yeah, it's good use of the boast there, though, from Bunyan, just fading the ball into the side wall, squeezing the error from Hutton.
Well, that's rather nice, Nicole. Bit of hold. What's up? Yeah. Yeah, nice little bit of a hold and snap there on that backhand side. It's good. Yeah, just coming back to Jasmine Hutton there, Chris. I'd describe her as being quite a busy player. She's busily looking for stuff to get onto, moving those feet quickly.
Yeah, you can see with Jasmine Hutton, there's a very high compete level. She's trying to make things happen really quickly. Trying to chase down balls. No easy points.
2-all.
Boast.
Yeah, you can't cut it any finer than that, Paul.
Oh, that's a really clever shot. Shaped up for the cross court. Just flattens that racket face and nudges it straight.
And for me, with the kind of pace that Jasmine Hutton is trying to play out here, Paul, Nicole Bunyan's hitting is a little bit too much around that sort of shoulder height cut line zone. And it's allowing Jasmine Hutton to be really positive with the volley.
Yep. Yes, just didn't quite see that early enough, did she, Bunyan? By the time she reacted, the ball was sort of sailing up and over the racket. Oh, that's lovely. Lovely change of angle at the last second. Jasmine Hutton's clearly thriving on the pressure of this situation. It's not an easy match, this, on day one, because England are number 4 seeds in the event. Canada second strongest team in the pool. Given the week that the England team have had with the withdrawal of Gina Kennedy, they would want a nice positive performance here, and that's what they've produced really so far.
Yeah, well, it was a fantastic push there from Sarah Jane Perry to get over the line against Holly Norton. Very entertaining match.
Oh, that's fantastic. Another fantastic backhand volley, and that's 3 backhand volleys. Beautiful stuff down that right wall there from the lefty. Hard area in the court, and they're high on the backhand volley. It's a difficult area in the court to get power and control, but Jasmine Sutton's making it her own as she sails across the line.
England leads 2-love.
Well, she's gone from strength to strength there, Jasmine Hutton. Just 6 minutes it takes her to hang up that second game on the board. 11-2. Looking comfortable. She leads by 2 games to love.
England leads 2-love. The ball.
just coming back onto that discussion about pools, Chris. So in the women's event, it's not completely straightforward how this event's going to pan out. What we do know is that the top 2 teams after the pool play will go through to the round of 16. Okay, so that's expected to be England and Canada. So regardless of whether Canada win this match, they're still sort of heavily favoured to make it through to the last 16. But the difference will be that the teams that finish at the top of the pool will get a bye through to the quarterfinals, whereas the team that finishes second in the pool will basically have to play another team to make it through. So it's significant whether you finish first or second in the pool.
No, absolutely, and obviously England and Canada in a pool. They're in Group D with Switzerland and South Korea.
Yeah.
So England took out South Korea this morning, 3 matches to love, and Canada defeated Switzerland 3 matches to love. So,
well, actually talking to Nicole last week, as we were in an Uber together, she was telling me that she felt that the Korea match was going to be the crunch one in the group. Felt like they could be a little bit of an unknown quantity. So slightly anxious about, let's say.
Well, Korea is actually taking on Switzerland as we speak. Let's have a little look and see how that's going. So it looks in
3-4.
Yeah, it looks like Switzerland's already taken that encounter with Cindy Merlot defeating Myung Hyu 3-1. And then Nadia Feaster defeating Huiyang Yum 3-1 as well. And they're on to the third rubber, which is obviously a dead rubber, but they will have to play it because it's pool stages between Maja Maziuk and Bo-Ram Ryu.
Okay. Well, it sounds like Team Canada not too much to worry about after all. That's nicely played by Nicole.
4-5.
Scoreboard says 4-6. You just said 4-5.
Well, she's trying to battle back into this third game, Nicole Bunyan.
7-4.
There we go. Now we've jumped from 4-5 to 7-4. So apparently the scoreboard was correct. All along.
The referee's voice, that was incorrect.
It's been quite an impressive performance here for Jasmine Hutton. There's been no drop-off in her pace.
Yeah.
It's been absolutely ferocious.
Yeah, you've got to take your hat off to her. She's thrived on the challenge that's been put before her.
Well, you must think Nick Matthew on the bench would be very pleased with this pace that Jasmine Hutton has played at. She's really forced the issue, taking no prisoners here.
Bunyan's still looking for that volley across the short line. She's just not being able to get enough on the ball to cause much damage to Hutton, who's just soaked everything up, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's great absorption, great athleticism from Jasmine Hutton. Just taking all the punches that Nicole Bunyan is throwing at her. Just waiting for a loose ball to be able to fire in.
It's another killer blowout, that backhand back corner, this time from Hutton. She's got 6 match balls to seal the deal for the English.
Out. And down. 5-10. Match ball.
She finishes with an error. Well, there's some longer rallies in that third game. Unfortunately for Nicole Bunyan, not many of them went her way. So 23 minutes, that second match. Jasmine Hutton takes it 11-4, 11-2, 11-5, and England have now won this tie. Got an unassailable lead. However, the number 3 strings will play out the third string match, which will be coming up shortly.
Stay on the right side, we take the right side. And if we go on left, we take the left. Yeah, anything. You choose. That's okay? Yeah. Easier.
Well, here we go, folks. The dead rubber. Lucy Beecroft taking on Nikki Todd. England have already won the tie. As you can see, Sarah Jane Perry was far from straightforward. 3-2 win over Holly Norton. Jasmine Hutton was a bit of a steam train, really, in that number 2 string match. Blown, Nicole Bunyan blown away, really. Very dominant, business-like performance from the lefty.
WSF World Squash Team Championships 2024 Women's Pool Stage Match. Lucy Beecroft of England to serve, Nikki Todd of Canada to receive. Best of 5 games. Love all.
Well, to say Lucy Beecroft has been moving around the world a bit would be an understatement, Chris.
Yeah, it sure would. That's quite a remarkable scenario where she played that Hong Kong Open, flew back to the States where she's based, and then got the call up to come back here for England. So the million-dollar question, Paul, is she actually jet lagged, or was she still in the Hong Kong time zone? It's obviously quite a lot of flying, so you'd be a little bit tired just from the, just from the flight and everything. But in terms of the actual jet lag, is it an absolute carnage? Like, is it completely carnage, or is she actually not too bad? Because
I would say that she's probably not too bad. From a sort of body clock side of things, she wouldn't have been back in the US for long enough to get back onto that time zone, would she?
Just hope she has a good pair of flight socks, compression socks. It's the the blood circulation on 2 back-to-back 16-hour flights. I can't imagine would be tremendous.
Tough journey. Yeah, I actually had 2 weeks in this time zone, Malaysia and Singapore, and then I went back to New Zealand for 6 days before coming back out here onto the same time zone as Singapore and Malaysia. And I felt quite jet lagged to the first day. When I came back, the first day I was jet lagged, and then I just clicked straight back in again.
Straight in there. How many hours ahead is New Zealand?
5.
That's quite a sizable. That's
5 hours.
That's quite interesting, actually, because that's like the U.S. to UK time difference, which a lot of the players find quite challenging.
Yeah.
They generally don't find it too bad coming from the UK or Europe to the States, but it's going back over there to the old country, as they say. It can be really brutal.
Well, Lucy Beecroft is very entertaining to watch, isn't she? Some incredible skills.
Yeah, she certainly is, and Nikki Todd can be a little bit of a tricky customer, a little bit unconventional, the approach. She plays a lot of hardball doubles back in Canada.
Oh, really?
Can really rip out some unusual angles, like you saw there, that leisure center boast, as Marky likes to call it. That would have been completely on purpose.
That's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite tricky that. She's whipped in 2 very clever angles and then finished it off with feather drop shot. Has potential to be a real entertaining one, this one. Not really any pressure riding on it.
Yeah, you sense that. After the first 10 points, it's a bit of a shootout.
In a lot of ways, I think this match would be possibly more important for Lucy Beecroft, because she'll want to get her legs back under her after the flights.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. It's almost like an opportunity to just play away into this time zone, into the event. course, she didn't really have a lot of time to mentally prepare for it, did she? Quite often when you go through that process of, you know, being selected, you know, you go into the event fired up for it, you get your kit, all the travel's organised, so you get that sort of gradual build-up of excitement, looking forward to the event. She's not had that, has she?
Yeah, no, she's certainly been chucked in the deep end, as they say. No time for thought, just straight in.
Oh, that's very nice. Oh, lovely stuff. Thundering kill into the neck on the forehand side. Decraft took 4 game balls in the opening game. Oh, she just turned the racket face over there, pulled it straight down into the tin. Nikki Todd. Pretty entertaining. Six minutes. First game. Lucy Decraft takes it 11-6 and leads by 1 game to love.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Leads 1 game to love. Double.
Great little start here from Lucy Decraft, firing in the winner and then changing things up with the lovely lobs in that second point. A lovely little bounce to her movement, Decraft.
Yeah. Reads the game nicely.
3 love.
Certainly starting to turn the screw now, Beecroft. Pretty quick. First game, even though it was very entertaining. This is exactly the start that Beecroft would have been looking for.
Hand out. 1-4.
Needs to make sure she keeps the ball on the extremes of the court, though.
Yeah, because Nikki Todd is capable of carving that ball in, isn't she?
And the thing is, with the angles that Nikki Todd plays, you can't really anticipate where it's going because it's a little bit unconventional for generally what we're seeing on the PSA World Tour.
Hand out. 5-2.
Got the angle wrong there, Todd. Beecroft taking full advantage here.
Yeah, nicely carved in. Once again from the racket of Lucy Beecroft.
Hand out. 3-7.
Oh, yeah.
Hand out. 8-4.
On it, ready and waiting, on she. Backwall boast. Last resort in squash, isn't it, Chris? Backwall boast. Normally, hands shooting on a plate.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to play an attacking backwall boast, Paul. Pretty much just used his defensive shot. Really just finding a way to stay in the rally. She's way out in front here, Beecroft. Being really positive with the volley. But that is what makes Nikki Todd so challenging, is you give her that little bit of space and she's able to create so much pressure with it.
Yeah, she's done that several times in this match where she's sort of wound up with that backhand swing and then really steep down the back of the ball, but that is a gem from Lucy Beecroft. Almost ran through the ball, but just an example of how good she is with her hand. Managed to fire the ball straight down the line.
And out. 6-9.
That's lovely.
7-9.
Is there a way back into this second game for Nikki Todd, Chris? She's getting close, isn't she?
Yeah, well, she's certainly in touch here. Beecroft needs to be a little bit careful. The thing is, you can see Beecroft really trying to push the pace. She's trying to be aggressive on the volley, but she needs to be careful that she keeps the accuracy really high, because anytime there's a little bit of space, Nikki Todd just so dangerous. You can see there, just whipped the leisure center boast in, but really imperfect.
And out. 10-8. Game ball.
Well, she's found the 10. Just when she was making a bit of a charge there, she closed it down to 1 point, but it's Decraft now with 2 game balls. She saves one of them.
9-10. Game ball.
Well, there you go. Back to level, to a tie break. Second half of this game's been dominated by Nicky Todd, really. Yeah, it was a chance, wasn't it? It was a big boast from Decraft. So just like that, it's a game ball for the Canadian to draw level. Well, I asked you if she could find a way, and she did, Chris. So Nicky Todd trailed for the whole of that second game. Then she hit the turbo button, closing it out with 4 unanswered points there. Only an 8-minute game. Shows you how short these rallies are. Still a bit of a shootout, but it is Nicky Todd takes it 12-10, and we're now sitting at 1 game all.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. One game all. Canada to serve. Level.
Well, I must say, Paul, I think Lucy Decraft is going to come out here with the bit between her teeth. I think Matthew will have had a chat with her there in between games, gotten her fired up. She was very much in the driver's seat for much of that second game. It was a little bit edgy near the end, but she still had 2 game balls at 10-8, and Nicky Todd just came roaring back.
Yeah, it was like she went into another gear.
And out. 1, 2. Two all.
Oh, brilliant shot. She was on her back foot, ball was behind her, manages to play a quick volley boast there, off one leg.
Four, 2.
pushed up the court yet again, Beecroft. Take time away from Nikki Todd. Not let the ball settle quite as much and give Nikki Todd opportunities to change the angles.
Yeah, it's a good shot, that, from Beecroft.
Well, it was the angle that was perfect.
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
fading into the side wall.
Yeah.
Right when Nikki Todd was looking to volley. The ball was making contact with the side wall.
That's another good one. Just getting that ball tucked away into the back of the court. That's a great get from Todd. Just lays the racket in there underneath the ball, nudges it back in with great touch. Ball's not so good. Hammers that one into the middle of the tin. Yeah, she's been on a bit of a mission here, Chris. You predicted this, didn't you? She just sharpen focus, job at hand.
Is late. 8-3.
Yeah, a bit of a miscue there from Beecroft. This is that area she needs to be a little bit careful because she's been mostly in control, and that's very fair from Nikki Todd.
Very fair.
Really looked like the referee had spotted it. You certainly did, though. Your hand was raised almost immediately.
Don't miss stuff like that. Cash. Bit on the casual side there from Beecroft.
She's battling here, Nikki Todd. She's not making things easy on Lucy Beecroft at all.
Yeah, she dug deep in that second game as well, didn't she, to get back into it. I don't know, Chris, we could have a 5-game thriller on our hands.
6. Game ball.
Well, I think Lucy Beecroft trying to do everything she can to avoid that 5-game thriller you're potentially predicting, Paul.
Done it again. She likes that volley boast from the forehand side. It's not a shot you see every day. Beecroft's used it nicely, especially in that third game. Stuart Crawford in the corner of Lucy Beecroft, joined by Sarah Jane Perry. 6 minutes, the third game. Beecroft takes it 11-6 and now leads by 2 games to 1.
Play will resume in 60 seconds.
yeah. Well, she's twisting and turning Nikki Todd there. She didn't really know what was going on at all in that rally. A lot of subtle little deception things going on, and she loses to Decraft. Just changed the speed and the angle of the racket head at the last second. Now that is a good serve, Chris.
Yeah, fantastic serve. The angle is absolutely inch perfect.
Don't see many serve winners.
Yeah, some great use of height on the front wall here from Nikki Todd. And she's played the lob drop there to perfection. Just dinking that drop in very short. On there, Paul.
Yeah. Yeah, she was really starting to march towards the middle stage of this game quickly. It's only been going for a minute.
Down. Hand out. 5-2.
Well, we're seeing just what an awkward customer Nikki Todd is here. It really gives a great example of how important that first rubber between Sarah Jane Perry and Holly Norton was.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely right.
Just imagine Holly Norton had somehow won that first rubber, how edgy this would be getting.
Too right.
It's good use of injecting pace into that boast from Lucy Decraft, getting the ball to roll around the corners a little bit quicker.
Leisure Centre again. How many Leisure Centre winners have we seen?
A very healthy amount.
From Nikki Todd.
It's been one of her favorite shots here.
Oh, that's a great width. Well, she's on the charge again.
I think if you combine the quality service with the Leisure Centres from Nikki Todd, it's quite a unique combination. It's another good service. 100% sure about that, Paul.
Yeah, could have been a bit soft.
Not much complaint, but there did seem to be quite a nice amount of space on the front wall to play the ball.
Oh, yeah. Whoa. Yeah, it was a good rally. Had to win it a couple of times, didn't she, Lucy Beecroft?
Yeah, there was a big physical effort there from the English woman. Trying to make things really tough physically on Nikki Todd.
You can hear the England bench and behind Lucy Beecroft, desperate for this match to end. Whereas the Canadians are desperate to see it continue. Oh, it's gone. She hit it straight. What's the outcome of that? It's a point to Nikki Todd. Can you believe it? It was sad, do you think? Was that Holly Norton? Let's go. It's definitely a Canadian, because they say let's go all the time, don't they?
Well, we're really coming right down to the wire here, Paul. It really is down to if Lucy Beecroft's able to keep the ball tight enough and in the extremes that takes the Leisure Centre away from Nikki Todd.
Down. 9-8.
First pump from Beecroft tells the story there. She's got 2 match balls in her hand to close this out in 4 games. Well, Nikki Todd's got other ideas. Back within 1, which is tense. Oh, wow. Tie-break situation, Chris. Who's your money on?
I gotta say, this is really flip a coin. But you gotta think in these tie breaks, Nikki Todd, very dangerous.
Oh, she's done it. Lucy Beecroft from it that time. It's maybe one too many of the leisure centres, becoming a bit predictable. Oh, yes. 2-all boast just fades away from the racket of Todd.
She's really battling there physically, Lucy Beecroft. She was up against the kosh there. Has to yeah, she has to serve well here, though.
Oh, she's just flicked it across into the tin. Well, there was some entertaining shot making on display in that dead rubber. It's all smiles out there. It was played in nice spirits as well, that game, wasn't it? Both enjoyed themselves out there, which is great. 32 minutes. Lucy Beecroft takes it 3-1, 11-6, 10-12, 11-6, 12-10.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final match of the first day of the Hong Kong World Team Championship. And it's going to be a humdinger of a game, I think. We just had girls on there, which is wonderful. Between Hong Kong, China, and Pakistan. I'm going to now announce the names of the teams, and if you could give them a warm round of applause, please. We'll start with Hong Kong, as they are, in fact, the home side. And that's Ziquan Lau, Harry Leung, and Chi Him Wong. Round of applause, please, for the Hong Kong team. And for Pakistan, Mohammed Asim Khan, Nur Zaman, and Nasir Iqbal. Round of applause, please. And before I hand over to Mr. Arfan, the referee for this evening, can I please remind people to turn their phones to silence or turn them off? And please do not move if you can help it while the rallies are obviously going on, because it does distract the players. Obviously, between rallies, that's fine, but please, while the play is going on, please do not move about the area. There's please make plenty of noise for the teams as you support accordingly. So, over to you, Richard. Thank you.
Welcome back to our final men's match of the evening here at the WSF World Squash Team Championships here at the Hong Kong Football Club. Well, we have the hosts, Hong Kong, China, taking on Pakistan. On the number 1 rubber, we have Alex Lau and Mohammed Asim Khan. They're going to be followed on by the number 2, Henry Leung and Zaman. And then we will round things out with Chihim Wong and Nasir Iqbal. Well, joining me for this evening's encounter, former England international and former world team winner, Simon Park. Good evening, Parky.
Good evening, Gordo. Great to be here again with you.
Yeah, it's been a real pleasure. We've had a cracking day. A lot of squash.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of the last match, the women's match between England and Canada, sitting in the stands, getting the fans' experience.
Well, you would have been getting the juices going watching England play.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's great to be there and be able to support, albeit in the background.
Being one of the former England greats, I would assume you would have had some classic encounters against Pakistan back in the day. They used being one of the forces to be reckoned with years ago.
Absolutely, yeah. That was who we beat in '95, the first time England won the men's World Team Championships. That was in Cairo. So yeah, fantastic memory of that. But we lost to them quite a lot leading up to that, and Australia back in the day.
Well, we do have some legends hanging around the Hong Kong Football Club. Talking about Australia, I did see Jeff Hunt earlier in the day. We were talking with Sarah Fitzgerald as well, 5-time world champion.
Yeah, very true. And I'm just managed to get a picture with JK and Jeff Hunt, just standing by the exit. Actually, they were about to go out on a boat trip with Sarah Fitzgerald and all those great champions. But yeah, it's been fantastic catching up and bumping into these legends of the game. Talking of legends, you can see Mr. Pete Geneva in charge of the Hong Kong team. Similar age to me, so you know, one of those England players in my time through the 90s.
Yeah, he was in that Neil Harvey stable based down in Chingford, wasn't he?
He was.
You were always a bit more of a Nottingham player.
Yeah, that's where I lived.
I think Alex Lau just getting a little bit confused with the PSA rules where the colors need to be.
But does this apply to WSF?
Well, apparently it does, because the referee, now that it's been brought to her attention, she's requested that Asim Khan change his shirt.
But the referees get it wrong sometimes.
Sometimes they do. I'm not actually that up on the WSF rules.
Yeah. I don't know if he's going to have a shirt because this is his Pakistan shirt.
Yeah, I was always under the impression with these team events that it just had to have the name on the back of the shirt. The color wasn't.
Sure. But I mean, it would be useful, wouldn't it, to have maybe a couple of different colours like home and away. But I'm not sure that this is the rule in WSF.
Yeah, well, either way, it's pretty astute by Alex Lau just to get that out there. It certainly is a very subtle mind game, even if it's not intentional. And the reason that Pakistan is having to change the shirt, it's not because Hong Kong are the host, it's because Hong Kong is the higher seeded team, so
yeah,
they would obviously get to choose which kit they play in.
Oh, he does have a spare shirt. Well, it's definitely better, isn't it, for the TV?
It certainly is. And it shows good preparation from the Pakistan Squash Federation, coming equipped with a few colors of gear.
So, Gordo, have you played either of these two? or any of the other team members of this match on tonight?
I've played Asim Khan. I've also played Nasir Iqbal. Both those players tend to play quite a lot in the USA. Don't believe I've played any of the Hong Kong players, though.
And how did you go against those two players?
I lost both of them.
And what are they?
I generally seem to have a very good record against many players on the PSA World Tour.
Well, more importantly, how would you describe the games?
Well, it's Asim Khan is a little bit more conservative than a lot of the other Pakistani players. He tends to build the rallies quite slowly, but
quite patient.
Yeah, he's quite patient. But when he does start to attack, he's very deadly. Good racket skills, as you'd expect from Pakistani player. He's actually had a great fall, winning the Copper event in Charlottesville. He's had a few other good results as the fall's progressed. And then obviously Nasir Iqbal, extremely gifted with the racket. Fantastic attacking player on the volley. We all know Alex Lau. He's had produced some fantastic squash here in Hong Kong over the years at the Hong Kong Open. And very unique customer, very attacking in his approach.
Didn't he have a big win here a couple of years ago?
I actually saw him right at the start of his career taking out Leo Au here at the football club in a 25K, which was impressive because that was back when Leo Au was sort of floating around the top 20 in the world and was very dominant here on
training with Palmer and people like that.
Yeah, the Hong Kong scene. So that was a big win for Alex Lau.
It's a great shot. Very, very short backswing there, wasn't there, Gordo?
Yeah, he's very difficult to read. He's very creative with his hitting, very dynamic hitting. In a lot of ways, Asim Khan potentially has a good game to take him on, though, because he will absorb a tremendous amount of pressure, the Pakistani.
Good start though for Lau. He's looking at home here, which he is, of course, as we're in Hong Kong. Definitely felt the crowd building towards the end of that last women's match, obviously in support for Hong Kong. I remember actually at the Men's World Team Championships a few years ago in Marseille, Hong Kong having their biggest result of all time, taking out France in that one.
Yeah, that would have been an enormous result.
It was a huge result.
I was actually there. I played that World Team Championships, but I can't remember that individual match. 7-pool player was that in the
that
was knockout phase?
Yeah, that was maybe quarters, I think. Yeah.
That would have been
Quarters
enormous, taking out France in France.
Yeah,
and France tends to be, they're quite a good team event country. They have there's so much history taking on England in the final of European Championships.
Yeah, it was a huge win for Hong Kong. But of course, as you know, with a 3-man team, there's more scope, isn't there, for possible upsets.
He's had a pretty good fall, Asim Khan. He won the Charlottesville Open. It was a copper event back in the U.S. in September. He's actually taking out Cesar Salazar in the semis, 35 minutes, and then beating Nick Wall in the final.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and then
there's the flick.
And then he's backed that up with a final the following week in Denver in slightly smaller 15K, where he lost to compatriot from Pakistan, Mohammed Ashab Irfan, in the final. Very competitive 5-game match, 11-9 in the 5th.
Yeah, I must admit, I haven't seen much of him. I guess just at the ranking, I guess, just below a lot of the SquashTV events. But he does look pretty consistent, hitting some good lines. Certainly not going to be easy for Alex Lau here.
No, it certainly won't. And a lot of these Pakistani players, the rankings just have dipped out of that sort of top 50 you need for the SquashTV events generally, because they've suffered a little bit. Pakistan with the ban on hosting major events in the country. In the last sort of 20 years, they've used those medium-sized to large domestic events to get players up the world rankings, and without them, they haven't quite found the formula to consistently get players into the higher ends of the game.
Well, we always have this the conversation, because there's a lot to live up to, isn't there? If you've got Pakistan on your back, and in some ways, it's a bit unfair, really, when you've got those two incredible legends in the past, and lots of other good players as well. People forget about it.
It's a challenging environment, and even this team event, I believe they're here with a press attaché, and the local press in Pakistan has a reputation of being very, very tough on these players.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine.
I mean, I've played there several times in the last couple of years, and I've even been asked as a foreign player just why I think the current generation isn't living up to the older generations, and it's a bit of a tough question to respond to, and certainly one to stomach, because the current generation, they have produced some pretty handy squash players.
Yeah, I guess it gets a bit boring for these players. They're doing their best. But that's a lovely finish from Alex Lau on home turf.
Well, he's certainly pumped up, Alex Lau. Produced some great squash there at the end of that game to close out Asim Khan. So 10 minutes in duration, fairly quick first game in Hong Kong. Great start to this match between Hong Kong and Pakistan from Alex Lau. He's going to be pumped up playing here at home. He's really produced some very good squash here in Hong Kong. It's interesting playing at home. It's a double-edged sword, Parky. It either brings out the best in players or it can bring out the worst. It can be too much pressure for a lot of players, but Alex Lau has always seemed to thrive in the home conditions.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to ask you the same sort of thing. We talked about playing for your country, and we both enjoyed that. Did you play for your country on home soil?
Once I did. We had a Pan American Championship
in the US.
Yeah,
and
in
did you enjoy that?
I really enjoyed it, but it because of just the logistics of it, it tended to be a bit of, I wouldn't say non-event, but a smaller-ish event. It just didn't. It was hosted at a university in the summer when the students weren't there, so there wasn't really particularly anyone. There wasn't anyone around to particularly watch, apart from
That's strange.
the participants.
The squash community. Yeah, that's a lovely finish. Just sort of scythed through that, didn't he, with real casual ease there, Lau. Good response here from Khan in his second game. I just feel like he's just got to find a little bit more accuracy, Khan, into the back corners. Slightly better line, and he could get some dividend here.
No, absolutely. He can't be leaving anything remotely around the middle because Alex Lau is going to absolutely gobble it up.
He's so fast as well, isn't he, Lau? So busy around the middle of the court. That looked out.
Yeah, it did look out. It's quite interesting. The referees must be in an awkward position to see it because there have been several balls today that have just looked like they've slightly clipped out, that they've missed.
Not bothered with, yeah.
Very well have something to do just with the glare from the lights, with the angle they're sat at. Oh, and that is clever, Parky. He's just topspin that in.
Good hands, very good hands there. Nice to see that from the Hong Kong player. Just trying to stop the rot here a little bit at the beginning of this second. Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely.
3-4.
Yeah, it's a good hold and flick there from Khan.
5-3.
Used the time that he had available at the front.
Well, Pakistan had a very entertaining match with Peru this morning. Just sneaking through by the skin of their teeth. Obviously, Diego Elias winning the first rubber. But then you had Raphael Galvez taking on, I believe it was Noor Zaman in the second rubber, with Noor Zaman taking a 2-game-to-love lead, Galvez leveling at 2 games apiece, and then Noor Zaman scraping through, I believe, 11-9 in the fifth.
Yeah, I was just chatting with Curtis Malik. He was filling me in with that match, and yeah, it could have been a bit of an upset there.
Yeah, and then Iqbal, ever so experienced, just cleaned things up, taking out Alonso Escudero. Final rubber. So
how much do you think that the two lads that are around 150 in the world gain from having kind of a legend in their side like Diego?
Well, I think for Peru it takes a lot of pressure off the other two because they know they're almost always
one up.
They're almost always guaranteed a win at number one.
Yeah.
And then
they just have to
see
what happens.
Yeah, just one of them has to produce a result. But neither of them are particularly active on PSA World Tour, so it means they can generally play pretty much pressure-free in these situations, because just on paper, there's not a tremendous amount of expectation.
True.
Obviously, in the region of the Americas, we're very aware of who they are, so we know what level they can play, but globally, they're not particularly well known, so they're able to kind of slip in under the radar.
Makes them quite
almost do a bit of,
actually.
It's almost a bit of a commando raid, if you like.
Yeah. Struggling to get through against the bigger guy there, Lau. Did well though.
Are you asking for a lead?
No.
Leave the door shut.
Why is he screaming during the rally?
He's saying, why is he screaming?
He was making effort to get to the ball. It was fine. He was playing his shot, not distracting you. Play on, please.
It is an interesting one, and this is down to the referee's discretion, really, how much you can kind of call out during the rally. But he was, I think the referee explained it well there. It's fair enough. Thankfully, we don't get a regular amount of players making a lot of noise like in the tennis world.
No, they're generally fairly silent on court. There's not a ton of grunting going on.
Too busy trying to breathe. It's a brutal sport of ours. It's a great lift. Oh, I'm liking this from Lau.
He just needs to be a little careful here, Lau. He's opening up the court a little bit too much, and someone with the racket skill of Asim Khan is going to find a way to close things down. So Khan now with 5 game balls to take this second game.
Yeah, that was a lovely touch, the end of that rally from Khan. It was almost like they were having a short game together.
There'll be a lot of familiarity between these two, though, from all the Asian championships and Asian games. Yeah, it's good width there from Lau, actually. He's managed to get the ball really wide. Asim Khan was trying to push up the court, take the ball early.
Yeah, they do look like they know each other's games pretty well here. You can sort of tell with the styles and the extra wide width here and there. Oh, it's beautiful, beautiful touch. Almost like a badminton shot there from high up.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just rocketed that into the tin park.
Rocketed?
Yeah, the angle looked nice, but
Feathered.
it just the execution didn't pan out there. So Pakistan's Muhammad Asim Khan levels things out here with Alex Lau of Hong Kong, 1 game apiece.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. start to serve. Level.
Well, we're in here for the third game, Parky. Great response there from Asim Khan.
What do you think the problem was for Lau? Was he just opening up the court a little too much?
Yeah, it was just the court was too open. He wasn't getting Asim Khan into the back corners, stuck behind him. It's all well and good flashing the ball around and attacking, but he needs to have Khan behind him when he's going in for these attacks to make the lines into the ball really long.
Well, he's a tall man, but he couldn't volley reach that one. Oh, some brilliant lobbing there from Lau. It's a big ask.
Sorry?
A loud ask.
Yes, left. Too loud.
Both players look a little bit disappointed with that result, but we're going to play a left.
Pushing the pace here. Just volleying rapidly across the middle. Neither player particularly getting the ball into those target areas in the back corner, though.
Yeah, it's a little bit scrappy here and there.
It's great volleying, but there's a reason why there's so much volleying. It's because the actual targets aren't being hit consistently. Lau's really trying to push the pace. He's trying to make things happen quick, take time away from Asim Khan.
Going back to the playing for your country on home soil question, I was just thinking back, and I did actually do that once as well. We played the European Team Championships, not only in my home country, but at my home club. Played at Nottingham back in 2003. One of the first huge battles against France in the final back then. England managed to win.
Yeah, I think I vaguely remember hearing about that one. That was right when Gaultier was just coming out of the juniors.
Yeah, it took about 10 hours to beat them, I think, because it was one of the hottest days of the year. Oof.
That was a French team of Gaultier, Leung, Renan Levine, and maybe Jean-Michel Arcucci.
You're spot on. You are spot on.
England team, I'm not quite as sure about. Was that maybe yourself, Paul Johnson, Pete Nicol?
PJ wasn't in it. It was me. This is no particular order. Me, Pete Nicol, James Woolstrop, and Lee Beechall. I think Nick. I don't think Nick was in the team. Actually, I'm not sure. Oh, it went up. He got it as well. What a get!
In a lot of ways, this is a great rally for Asim Khan. He's Getting a lot of work into Alex Lau's legs here. Yeah, it's great volleying from the Pakistani. He's held his ground in the tee area. Made it a very long line for Lau to cover.
It's turning into a pretty fascinating match, this one. 1-1 and 5-5. Oh, that's an early Christmas present. I've got a question for you. Is Egypt going to win both titles Sunday?
Well, they're certainly odds-on favourites, you would have thought.
Who, on which side, the men's or the women's, is going to be tougher?
That's a good question. I think, so on the men's side, who's the...
Well, I think England are probably... England a 2-seed, I guess, and then the women's, it would be
USA, yeah. Well, it's a little bit of a tough one
without
Olivia Weaver's status there.
Yeah,
just based
off.
Okay,
I was going to ask you that.
Yeah, it's it's one of those that's still to be determined. There's not a lot of information being divulged at the moment, but either way, hopefully she is okay. It's still a bit of a question mark coming off that injury.
She probably doesn't know herself.
Yeah, coming off that injury. It's a very quick turnaround.
Fantastic whip. So fast. The pace of that cross court was spot on, and the line.
Yeah, and then the other thing with that is we just saw Amanda Sobey losing to Georgina Adderley.
Georgia,
Scotland today. So a few question marks there for the USA team. I think it potentially is a little bit tougher for the Egyptian women, though, in all honesty, because the men's team is just so stacked with Asal and Farag.
Let's just have a look at this for a second.
We need to make sure that we're clearing the ball and the incoming player is looking to go to and play the ball. Thank you. Yes, 6, 7.
Going back to what you were just saying there, I think it's going to be tough for the men as well, even though obviously they've got Farag and Asal, but look at the Shabagi brothers playing for England. They're going to have a lot of determination playing for England against Egypt if they get the opportunity.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, as it very often does with these team events, comes down to how the draw shakes out once we get into the knockout stage.
Yeah, and also how weary the old legs are.
Well, and that's the other thing for Egypt that could be working against them, is there was so little turnaround time between this and the Platinum event that happened last week. Especially Asal and Farag, who played the final, they've basically had to get straight back into it the next day.
Yeah, it's tough, and that was a wonderful reaction volley there from Lau. The crowd loving that one. Crucial third game here.
He's really busying himself here, Lau, scrambling to get these balls back.
Oh, that's nice. Nice touch on the backhand side there. Lovely feel from the Pakistani. Does everything fast, Lau, doesn't he? Even walking to the towel box there, I'd definitely slow down a little bit if I was on there. take my time. I feel like Gina Kennedy, she does everything fast as well, doesn't she? So still total parity between these two. Nothing to separate them, as PJ would say. I think Lau was quite clever there, pointing at the ball. And he'd moved afterwards, but I think that's a low ball. I think it was contact initially. He needs a bit more of an explanation than that. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's just enough contact, I think, for it to be a low ball. But Lau, not interested in that. It's just taking the slender lead here, the crucial third.
It was a savvy move by Lau, and these very fine margins become very important as we get down into the business end of things. Oh, and that is a big error there from Lau. It was a tense error. He closed the racket face.
He was upright as well, wasn't he? You can see him just going through that shot again and is just replaying it. Just need to be a little bit more open, as you say. Contrast actually, Gordo, isn't it, between these two?
Yeah, no, it's a good mix here because obviously Lau is trying to play at a million miles an hour and be really creative in the attacks, where Sin Yuk is much more traditional in his approach, but still lovely racket skill in terms of opening the racket face, lovely going in short.
Yeah. Yeah, he kind of plays more normal squash, if you want to call it that. Oh, that's a big ask. Not quite as loud as Akira, the young Japanese girl, but not far off.
Well, Lau now with a game ball to take this third game.
Oh, that's huge. That is huge.
Yeah, he's pumped up, Alex Lau. Recognizes the importance of that third game. It's a massive third game. 36 minutes of play, and Hong Kong's Alex Lau leads Pakistan's Mohammad Asim Khan 2-1.
2 games to 1. Hong Kong, China to serve. Love all.
Well, we're starting this fourth game off with a bang, Parky.
Bit of controversy here. I was just about to wax lyrical about how good it was, but you know me. I thought that ball at the end of the first was good. Was it the second? I don't know. Jet lag's taken over. He is quick though, Lau. It's difficult to tell.
Yeah, there's just something about the way Lau goes firing into the front corners that you just want to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Sort of assume it's good, you know?
He strikes me as a pretty honest guy as well on the court. Sometimes just a little bit too casual on those, on the easier opportunities. A couple of times he's made some unforced errors now.
Yeah, it's sort of one extreme or the other. It's absolute brilliance, or it's
an easy miss.
Yeah, it's almost in the floor.
Oh, that's a lovely lob.
Been a good start here from Asim Khan. He certainly hasn't backed down at all to Alex Lau.
Absolutely not. Yeah, it's been very solid. Good response from him. Some good ferocity and velocity on that cross court. Can react to it in time, Lau.
Yeah, it's been a great spell here, though, from Asim Khan. When he lost that third game, he just hasn't panicked.
Yeah, it's been impressive. He's been quite thoughtful in his tactics. So you look at that, he's gluing the ball to the wall, thinking about what he's doing, trying to keep it off the volley. Stuff in this rally. Beautiful touch.
Yeah, it's a great squeeze there from the Pakistanis. Just worked the ball around the court and feathered it into the front corner.
Talk about feathering. That's a lovely bit of wrist there. Skill, deft touch from Lau. Oh. Asim Khan will not be hurried here.
Yeah, he's taking his time. Shows his experience.
And out. 3-8.
Well, this is that area of the game that let's be a little careful at Asim Khan, because Alex Lau can get points up on the board so quickly with how quick he's trying to play. He needs to be a little bit careful here that Lau not able to gain momentum.
Yeah, loose cross court there, well dealt with by Lau. That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, it's a great response from Lau.
I wonder if you just look at the movement there of Asim Khan, just getting a little bit weary. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. He's very, very good, very accurate into that front left, Khan.
That was an important point, though, for Asim Khan, because Alex Lau was trying to really come back at him. He needed to stop the momentum of Lau.
Yeah, stop the rot, exactly. Squash is such a game of momentum swings, isn't it? And you have to recognise when you've got one, when you've got the good momentum, but also when your opponent has. Speed again. Oh. Oh. I mean, that looked almost like a stroke to me, Gordon.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where Asim Khan potentially just looped his arm around Alex Lau to prevent himself from going through to play the ball.
Yeah.
The last couple of platinum events, the referees haven't looked particularly favorably at those scenarios where players have tried to manufacture strokes.
Sure. Good pressure here. Lau just trying to take the ball as early as possible. That's a let ball. It's a simple let ball. Wow. That is a simple let ball.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways there, Lau's sold that with a massive scream. Because I think there could even be, you know, on some events with the review system, there might have even been an argument that that was a stroke, in the sense that Lau cleared back into the line of Asim Khan.
Yeah, very surprising that, but it's given Lau an opportunity to get very close. Yeah, that parity.
Well, and that's really clever by Lau, because he's very cleverly made the line around there very long for Asim Khan. I'm not sure there was too much wrong here from Asim Khan, even though we see Alex Lau complaining about the movement. A lot of that was created just by the positioning of where the ball landed from Lau. So Asim Khan now with a game ball to take this into a fifth game.
Is this little break going to help, Gordo? Khan?
Yeah, I think the little break actually potentially helps Alex Lau, because Lau's going to try and really push the pace here. Needs to serve well here, Khan.
That's the thing, I think, but I think Khan is a little bit more...
He's coming off the edge physically, you think?
More wary, a little bit, but now I'm looking at Lau, I'm not so sure.
Well, the thing is, Lau generally is always doubled over waiting for the service, so it's a little bit tough. He looks quite tired, but reality is he's
not that tired.
No, and I think that little break also helped the ball go a little bit dead.
Soften, yeah.
That helps Alex Lau. So we're into the tie break now.
Sorry, Gordo, it's just quite hard to concentrate in this commentary area at the moment. Quite a few things going on.
It's all kicking off. A lot of action here. Just get this point, Alex Lau. He's going to be really fired up. He's made the court really big for Asim Khan. So now Alex Lau with his first match ball to take first blood for Hong Kong.
Yeah, the crowd will be pretty noisy if you can convert here. It's going to be a good serve at the body. That's clever. Great opportunity here. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, he's managed to make it a really long line to the ball there, Asim Khan.
It was quite coolly done, wasn't it? Didn't panic at all there, Khan.
No, he has a very good sense of space on the court, Asim Khan. He knows how to make the lines long. Oh, and that is a big error from Alex Lau. So now Asim Khan with his second game ball. So will he hold his nerve, Parky?
Well, yeah, that shot was just, I don't know whether it was a bit of tiredness or kind of desperation from Lau. I think Khan has just got to make sure he makes himself extremely tough to beat in this, well, all the time obviously, but this rally is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, no, especially this. He can't leave anything sort of floating around the middle of the court, because Lau is going to be very aggressive going in short.
It's a good depth opportunity
It's
here.
trouble time.
Good opportunity. Well, he didn't get his racket up in time, I didn't think, but still a very loose shot there from Lau, and the correct decision.
Well, Asim Khan of Pakistan battling really hard there, and we're 52 minutes into this first rubber, and everything's deadlocked at 2 games apiece.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Pakistan serve. Level.
Thoughts, Gordo?
It's all to play for here, Parky.
Well, I know that. Who's going to win?
It's flip a coin. It really depends on.
I haven't got any coins. Don't carry
Yeah,
cash.
I think it's one of those where it really depends on who comes through the middle stages of the game better and holds it.
Gentlemen, no comments, please. No lead.
One or two traffic issues here. I think both guys are getting pretty tired. That's one of the reasons it's happening.
Yeah, the edges certainly coming off their movement a little bit.
And also, of course, 2 games apiece, playing for their countries, and both exceptionally determined players. Finding the length again, though, there. Well, he did have to move back to adjust to play that shot because it was pretty loose.
How are you supposed to play?
Yeah, I think it was one of those where Sin Yuk put himself in a bad position. He was still quite far away from that ball by the time he.
I've given you a decision and an explanation. Play on, Mr. Khan, please.
Yeah, the referee pretty much said what we both thought, that created his own interference a little bit there.
Oh, he's flattened that one in there, Parky.
Wow. That was rapid. That's beauty. That's beautiful control there from Azam Khan. Didn't panic at all. Quite a cool customer, this Pakistani player. What about Hamza Khan? action for this team. Oh, word. Wait, hold that thought.
Yeah, I guess they opted not to bring him as the number 4 player. There seemed to be a little bit of a sort of a controversy around his performance on the back end of the World Junior Championships in Houston. Just coming off as defending champion and then losing out in the quarterfinals in the individual event. He actually played last week in the 15K on the PSA World Tour in Madeira, Portugal. I believe he made the quarterfinals there.
So he would slot in at number 4 rankings-wise in this team, right?
Yeah, I believe he slot in at number 4. His ranking's a little bit, probably not the truest ranking because he went through a period where he wasn't too active on the PSA World Tour.
Yeah, sorry, Todd. I'm just appreciating that volley drop shot from a boast. It's not often you see that kind of winner.
He's really pushing on here, Alex Lau. And that's the double-edged sword and the demons that Alex Lau is always battling. It's that mix between the winners and the errors.
It's a bit careless, wasn't it? Sort of slapped at it, snatched at it. Talking of careless, I know he's a tall guy, but he just didn't really get down to that one. Just a little bit more bend in the knees, a bit more commitment. He could have made that shot.
Yeah, it's a great angle there from Lau. Just pushing the top spin in along that backhand side wall. He's trying to get into a commanding position here.
Another error.
Yeah, you just get the feeling that it's trying to slip away from Asim Khan.
I do definitely think he's just a little bit more wary physically. It's definitely affecting his shots in this game.
Yeah, and that's the other thing with the physical fatigue. It can start to lead to mental fatigue as well. And against a player like Alex Lau, you need to be so mentally sharp because he's really chucking the kitchen sink at you 95% of the time. Yeah, he's really come right round the edge of that ball, Alex Lau, taking all the pace off of it. I think that was a good decision by the referee. It's a great line from Asim Khan.
Another good line there.
That's very harsh on Asim Khan. There's another great line. I'm not really sure how they can give the other one as an Olet and this one as a Let Parky.
Yeah, it seems a little bit inconsistent.
Because that ball didn't really sit up in the back corner either.
I think it was the volume of the ask that did it. We're still fighting hard here, not just against Alex Lau, but with the referee, Azim Khan. 6 match balls then for the Hong Kong player. Oh,
yeah, he's taking it first time.
What a finish.
He's absolutely ripped that one in, Parky.
On the backhand side
yeah,
as well.
Didn't seem like there was much of an angle, but he certainly found a way to create the angle.
Certainly did. Hit it hard as well. Usually people just try and just redirect that on the backhand side, but that was vitally impressive from Lau to finish the
counter. And the home favorite, Hong Kong's Alex Lau, defeats Pakistan's Mohammad Asim Khan 11-5, 7-11, 11-9, 11-13, 11-4.
They will start in 30 seconds. They will start in 15 seconds.
Well, we are back for the number 2 string match here between Hong Kong, China, and Pakistan, and we have Henry Leung taking on Zaman.
WSF World Squash Team Championships 2024.
Well, it was a great performance there, right at the end of the 5th game from Alex Lau, Parky.
It certainly was. Yeah, it's created a really good atmosphere. You can see it's a packed crowd here in Hong Kong at the football club, supporting their boys, and there's a good effort from Valentin Khan as well. It's got a little bit tired in the end, but enjoyable match to watch and commentate on for us. Nice early stroke for Hong Kong there.
There's going to be a tremendous amount of pressure on Zaman now to deliver the goods, because if he can't get Pakistan on the board, it's going to be lights out.
Well, that was an interesting shot. And he is a relation, I believe, to the great Zaman. Is that correct?
I'm not too sure.
I was talking to
I think he could be.
Curtis Malik, and he thought he was. But
yeah, could be.
His grandson.
Like a nephew or something.
Yeah. If his hands are as good as his Zaman, then he's going to be a really good player.
And now, 2-1.
you'll know a lot more about him than I do. I've seen a fair bit of Henry Leung, but not so much of Zaman.
Yeah, well, Zaman was very good junior player. He's had mixed results on the PSA World Tour, but he's starting to push on, get up the rankings. He's had a pretty good fall. Has the potential here to make things very uncomfortable for Henry Leung. The thing with Noor Zaman is it's always a bit of a battle in terms of the winner-to-error ratio. If it's tipped towards the winner side of things, he can be absolutely deadly, but if he's finding the tin more often than not, it's obviously going to be trouble. But it's silky smooth, isn't it?
It's beautiful. I just had it confirmed he is the grandson of the great Kamar Zaman.
Yeah, you saw it in the forehand technique, didn't you?
Well, in that drop shot, yeah, the hands are there definitely. But yeah, British Open winner, 1975, but one of the top players pretty much throughout the whole of the centuries. He was basically, for some of the younger viewers, the Rami Ashur of the day. Kamar Zaman.
And that's the double-edged sword with Zaman there, though. He's gone for that very narrow-angled boast there, and he's planted it right in the middle of the tin.
It's never a good place to be there, is it? Especially when you can't see it. He's only 20 years of age still, Gordo. Do you think he's got some good potential to get up the rankings and do something for Pakistan?
No, I think there's definitely plenty of growing potential there. I think the thing with a lot of these younger Pakistani players, though, is it's always the pressure aspect, the expectation, especially with the family lineage, is so heavy. It's just whether they can produce enough good results that they're to some degree living up to the expectations. So he's doing pretty well, though. He's up at his highest world ranking of 68 in the world.
It's pretty steady.
He's only 20 years of age.
Yeah, I think just what you're alluding to as well, going back to, obviously alluding to the two great Khans, but it's been 30 years. It's pretty much since the retirement of Jamshid Khan, and I think it's time they kind of got over that, really. It's ancient history, isn't it? And they have to start again and just to not worry about the lineage. Some lovely shots there. Yeah, he's got some nice skills, this man.
4-5 left.
He's had a couple of decent results this fall. He's made the semifinals at the 15K in Denver, losing out to Mohammed Asim Khan, who we just saw in a 96-minute 5-game battle. Then he's backed that up, winning the CAS International in Pakistan, beating Mohammad Ashab Irfan in the semis, taking out Nasser Iqbal in the final.
He definitely looks like he's a good prospect. First time I've seen him play, and he's pretty well, it seems. One thing I would say about the years after Jamshid's retirement, there was a few good players, a few skillful players, but they didn't seem to have the kind of the dedication and the will to win, perhaps. Maybe the good hands, the skillful hands. That needs to come back. I think, for a lot of these players. Need to develop players that are prepared to run through the walls for their country, obviously, and for themselves. PSA. It's a loose error.
Yeah, it was massively in the middle of the tin there. Big fist pump, though.
I saw that one.
Yeah, you were all over that, Parky. Well, he's had a bit of a rough fall, Henry Leung. He lost last week to Ali Farag, which would be expected in the Hong Kong Open first round. But
was that in 4?
That was in 4, 42 minutes.
I knew I'd seen him take a game on Farag.
But the following week before, he lost in Singapore to Juan Camilo Vargas of Colombia in 5-game, 77-minute match. And then he previously lost in the first round of the Malaysia Cup to Ali Hussein.
Well,
lost to Ali Hussein in 4 games in 78 minutes.
Yeah, just needs that little bit of a confidence boost, doesn't he? Obviously, taking a game off Farag is, it's a buzz, but you're still not winning the match, are you? So I think a win here would do him the world of good. Took that late, very late, didn't he? Zaman.
Well, he's generally pretty consistent, Henry Leung. He doesn't give away much cheap. Yeah, he's really pushed up the court there, Henry Leung. So now he has 4 opportunities to take this first game. It's been good performance so far from Leung. Hasn't necessarily done anything extraordinary, but he's made the squash hard.
That was pretty extraordinary.
That was coming off the racket of Zaman.
Beautiful shot. That's one thing that Alexander continues to do. It's produce skillful players.
Yeah, he's absolutely stitched himself there, Zaman. And with that no-let, gives the first game to Henry Leung. Henry Leung straight off the court. Just wanted to get into his corner. So 10 minutes in duration, a pretty quick first game. Henry Leung takes it from Pakistan's Zaman.
We will resume 60 seconds. We will resume in 50 seconds. minutes, one game to allow. Level. And out, one love.
Well, Henry Leung is likely going to try and put some very hard rallies together at the start of the second game. But Nor's a man with other plans. He's just trying to fire the ball in, take all the pace off of it, get points on the board quickly.
I think a man of his talent, a young man of his talent, that's what he's got to do. I think Leung's a pretty consistent player these days, and he's playing in his home country. You've got to attack him a little bit more, use your skills.
Yeah, this is the area that Nor's man sometimes gets it a little bit wrong. He tries to get cheap decisions from the referees and then gets involved in the discussion, and it only ends up stitching himself up in the end. It's a little bit unfortunate because he's able to put together some really, really exciting squash, and he just
gets it wrong.
He gets it wrong and gets distracted.
Age thing, experience maybe. Still only 20. It's all part of the game, though, isn't it? You have to be savvy with the referees and knowing what you can and can't get.
Yeah, and I think it's also one of those things where, generally on the PSA World Tour now, the referees have a very clear view of what they're going to give as a stroke and a let and a no let, and more often than not, they wanting to see that intent to go through and play the ball and not see the discussion take place that potentially in previous generations used to take place, where you can slightly influence the calls a little bit. And
yeah, I never did that.
I think now, and I think just in general, from some of the events I've played in Pakistan, the refereeing is still a little bit more towards the
older school,
the older mentality.
I can imagine that.
So I think some of these tactics potentially work for him when he's playing domestically in Pakistan, and then comes out onto the global scene, and it actually ends up hurting him a little bit.
Well, as we've been having that conversation, Zaman has raced away here to a 6-2 lead. Wonderful flip on the backhand side. He's got lightning fast wrist.
Well, as this ball gets a little bit spongier, Henry Leung is going to need to find ways to keep the ball traveling into the back corners and not floating around the middle of the court where Zaman can attack it. It's a big error there from Zaman.
He's got to be careful, hasn't he? He had a good lead here, Pakistani.
Yeah, it's a real double-edged sword. He can put points up on the board really quickly, but he can
lose them as well.
Yeah, he can also tip the other way.
That's a lovely shot. This is what I was saying earlier about the players need to have a bit more of a robust nature in terms of what they do. It's all right having all these silky skills, but you need to have that dedication, determination, and will to win.
Yeah, especially with the way the culture of the game has gone globally. You don't see many players on the PSA World Tour that don't have a very, very strong fitness base these days.
And that obviously goes alongside the mentality.
Yeah, and
something like John Aiken, how are you going to win points against him? He's not going to give them to you, is he?
Yeah, and that's going all the way down to you know, 200 in the world. You know, where I think in other generations you might get outside the top 100 and it could be a little bit hit or miss. Where now it's right down to 200 and even lower. Pretty much all the players you're coming up against are tough customers.
See the movement? Yeah. See the movement? I'm watching his movement. Nothing malicious there. And out. 10-7. Game ball.
I'm not saying that Zaman here isn't a determined player. I've been pretty impressed with him. I mean, that was down, Alex.
8-10. Game ball.
Alex is directed just in case people think I'm going mad. He always likes to point out when the ball is down, which is very helpful. Beautiful, beautiful touch there from Zaman.
Yeah, it's a lovely response from Zaman. But it's fabulous attacking squash there in that second game. So marvelous bounce back from the Pakistani, and he's made things very interesting here. Still very quick duration, only 18 minutes so far, and we're deadlocked at one game apiece.
They will review in 60 seconds. One game all, Pakistan to serve. Leung. No left.
Did you see it's moving?
Yes, I'm watching both of your movements, both of you. Head out, one left.
I think there's going to be a big bounce back here from Henry Leung. He won't be pleased with how quickly that second game got away from him. He's going to try and make these points quite a bit harder physically. Just get Zaman into some more uncomfortable areas in the back corners.
On the unforced errors. It's a couple on the backhand side, that flick, and they're just trying to be a bit too deliberate to get his racket on that.
Yeah, you can see Leung trying to speed things up.
Yeah, it's more difficult to play winners, isn't it, when it's coming at you in pace. Clever shot. Yes, some good play from the Hong Kong player. Showing he's just a little extra experience. opponent.
Down.
Is it allowed?
I didn't see that.
The referee must have just been looking at his iPad at that particular moment.
Mr. Zaman, be mindful. I'm spotting like conduct. 5 love.
He's just been given 2 points for it.
Well, he's not doing anything too complicated here, Henry Leung. He's just trying to make the squash very tough physically, make things happen fast, just not give Zaman time to think. Yeah, it's very casual there from Zaman. But this is
what I was talking about earlier, that this kind of thing, you can't afford to do this. This is obviously a mental thing. He's come off, he got a little bit angry with that show of emotion earlier, and he's not really putting in here, is he?
No.
It's not really a determined game from Zaman.
Yeah, and Henry Leung is...
He's losing his way here.
Yeah, and Henry Leung is doing exactly what he needs to do. He's making things very tough. He's running all the balls down, just getting everything back with interest. Really sending the message to Zaman that it's not going to be easy physically.
Yeah, apologies. The score at present isn't correct. It's a bit of a technical issue with the iPads. Yeah, he's just got to keep out of this, Henry Leung. Stay focused, but it is 8-1 to Hong Kong China at present. And yeah, it's just it's a nice shot, but it's all or nothing really. He's totally lost his concentration. 2-8.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways Henry Leung needs to not really get involved with everything that's going on here, because it's one of those where Zaman will potentially make quite a few errors, and I think the stoppages discussing with the referee probably helps Zaman more than anything else.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a little bit of a guess there from Pakistani player.
Yeah, it's clever from Zaman, but it's a little bit too late, really. It's a little bit lackluster as well. So 6 game balls now for Henry Leung to take this third game.
Stroke to Pakistan. Head out, 5-10 game ball.
So 1 game ball save from Zaman. Yeah, there it is. Henry Leung taking the third game. Very professional game from Henry Leung. Making things very tough physically for Zaman. Well, 26 minutes so far, and Hong Kong's Henry Leung leads Pakistan's Zaman 2-1. We can confirm that the score on the screen is wrong, and Henry Leung is leading 2-1.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. Seconds. Hong Kong, China leads 6-1. Hong Kong, China to serve. Level.
Well, it's going to be really interesting here, Parky, to see which version of Noiseman comes out here in the fourth.
Well, I hope it's a better one. Just in terms of his attitude, because as you can see with shots like that, he's got masses of talent as a finishing player.
Yeah, when he gets it right, he really gets it right. Quality shot that he can produce, really quite outstanding.
Just talking about Kramer's man, I remember Michael's man as well. I'm not sure what relation he is, but he was incredibly talented lefty, just slot mix from anywhere. Top 20 in the world player. But again, perhaps not as gutsy as somebody like Joel Macon. I keep mentioning him, but it's gutsier than that here. That's what you need, as well as all the talent and the racket skills. That's a lovely flick.
No discussion, guys. True love.
Well, to look at Zaman, he's pretty innocent, isn't he? But he's getting stuck in here. That was a very, very lucky shot. Can't teach that.
Yeah, massively fortunate there. But it's been a good response from Zaman because he looked really out of it mentally there at the end of the third game. And he's bounced back fabulously here at the start of the fourth.
Well, this is what I wanted to see. This is what we want to see from anyone who's got any potential. That is a lovely shot. Such a late hold. This is very encouraging for Pakistan here.
Down. Hand out. 1-5.
That's just a rush of blood to the head, isn't it, Gordo? That kind of shot.
1-5.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of breathing room, Zaman, but he needs to make sure he doesn't have too many more errors creep in quickly, because he can be prone to these big momentum swings, Zaman. Yeah, well, it's a lovely angle there. And you get the feeling, Parky, that this is a stage of the match where the ball is starting to go really spongy.
He's read it. Oh, it stayed in. Somehow stayed in.
Yes, left. Mr. Zaman, keep your racket in your hands. Do not do that again. Don't do that again.
Second time.
Yes, left. Your opponent clearing. You still have room to play. Yes, left. 6-1. Play on. 6-1.
Well, a fantastic response from Zaman. I was hoping he'd get one, but didn't think it would be quite as comprehensive as this. I think he's surprised Leung and Hong Kong, really.
9-1.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, it's a fantastic response. I mean, with his performance, he's certainly reversed the pressure back on to Henry Leung. Just imagining he's able to take this into a fifth game.
And out to 9.
thought he'd be able to produce 2 more winners to get himself over the finish line. Well, there it is. He's now his game ball, 8 of them, to take it into a decisive 5th game.
It's tight work, good squeeze from high up. Wasn't an easy shot to finish there from Leung.
It's a clever angle there from Zaman.
Interesting short game from these two. Still a few game balls here to play with. This looks a little bit winded, the youngster. I think he's going to go for something here, Gordo, off the serve.
Yeah, I agree with that. He needs to serve well, Henry Leung. He does serve well, going up the middle.
The ball just disappeared. That was a beautiful disguise. That little trickle post from Zaman.
You're supposed to answer on the 4th game. Now it's 2 games all.
Yeah, he's asked at the wrong time here, Leung.
Yeah, so Henry Leung going to be stuck with the spongy ball that they've played the entire match with there in the 5th. He has to ask after the 3rd game, I believe.
Yeah.